Hello? What's up? Hold on one sec. Alright, what is happening? It's a beautiful Saturday morning. Oh, man. Got my coffee, got my stream. I'm good to go. Hopefully anyone else who is out there is doing well. Yeah, you know, I'm just here to bang and chill, I guess. And talk about, I guess, politics along the way. I'm feeling up to it. Oh, let me show you guys something really quick. Actually, let me chill for a second. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Man, I've been drinking so much coffee recently. I've also been very, invested recently in, it's gonna sound weird, but I've been very invested recently in, like, learning about, dinosaurs, and, learning about, like, I guess, geology and shit like that. It's actually kind of, interesting. Probably not a popular subject for people to appreciate, or for just generally not a popular thing, but it's yeah, I don't know, I'm kind of getting into it. Also space, been very invested in that recently. As a matter of fact, I saw this thing on oh boy, let me see if I can find it. I saw they found a dinosaur fossil. It's more of like a mummy. Let me see if I can find it. It's unbelievable, actually. Let's see. I've also been watching a shit ton of videos on calculus, because I want to... I took calculus in college, but I did not necessarily use it as much, so I want to get more into learning about that. That'll be fun. Okay, hold on. Let's get to the video, shall we? So there's this
Irel Museum of Paleontology in...
Oh, here we go. So there's this mummified dinosaur. Pretty cool. Yeah.
Berta to see an impressive dinosaur exhibit. He walked through the halls full of ancient bones and had no idea that in just a week, he would make an addition to this collection by unearthing one of the most remarkable fossils in history. Sean Funk was digging a foundation pit, just like he'd been doing for the past 12 years. It was for the energy company Suncor. Slowly, the
I hope this doesn't get copyrighted.
Excavator bucket sank deeper into the sand soaked with bitumen. It appeared thanks to the organisms that lived there over 100 million years ago. Sean found fossilized wood before, but never animal remains, let alone a dinosaur. At one point...
Dude, can you imagine doing like a little, like your regular shit as like a construction worker, and then all of a sudden... Excuse me. All of a sudden you, you unearth some crazy shit. I feel like that might happen more than people think, actually. I wouldn't be surprised, actually.
The excavator bucket picked up something solid and rather large. As he was raising the bucket, stones of a strange color fell through the bucket teeth. As news of the discovery reached Suncor executives, they turned to the museum. Henderson and Darren Tank, an experienced lab assistant, immediately flew out to Fort McMurray on a plane provided by the company. They joined the Suncor miners. They worked together in the mud and dust in shifts of 12 hours. Finally, they managed to cut out a rock weighing 6.8 tons, which had the dinosaur inside. The cameras were filming as they started raising it, but unfortunately, something terrible happened. The rock with the dinosaur started breaking into pieces. Oil sands are a very loose material. The fossil couldn't simply withstand its own weight.
Yeah, so the problem with, like, paleontologists, the problem that I feel like a lot of paleontologists endure is the fact that a lot of these fossils are very fragile. And that makes sense, obviously, because these are fossils that have been preserved for millions of years. And I also watched this recent lecture by a person who tries to find like amber fossils that have like not just like insects or what you would imagine, right? But also like have feathers or the imprints of like dinosaur scales or leaves, fauna, things like that. And that shit is very fragile as well. But I guess the long and the short here is that these fossils are, oh man, they are difficult to transport.
Tank spent the whole night coming up with a plan to save the dinosaur. The next morning, Suncor workers covered the fossil fragments with plaster so that the paleontologists could take them to the museum. Instead of a wooden formwork, it was decided to use rolled burlap soaked in a solution of gypsum. The plan worked, having traveled 675 kilometers to the museum. The team handed the valuable cargo over to the proprietor, Mark Mitchell. Work on the extraction of the dinosaur lasted 5 years. Mark spent 7,000 hours working with surgical precision, clearing the rock off the fossil surface.
That's fucking crazy. Like, oh, wow. Yeah, I don't really know what to say. That's just fucking wild. The amount of... First off, that's a lot of hours. But also just the fact that every minute of those hours were filled with, like, the precision you're seeing here.
1,000 hours working with surgical precision.
I mean, it's
clearing
crazy.
the rock off the fossil surface. We have to fight for every millimeter, he said. Now, the paleontologists have the most preserved dinosaur skeleton in the history of science. One could even say that this dinosaur was mummified with natural material. The dinosaur turned out to have been embalmed for natural reasons. He got into the oil sand. Thus, the scientists had put together a large, 3-meter-long dinosaur. The Canadian dinosaur had its scales and bone plates preserved, which served to protect the neck and shoulders. The neck remained turned to the left, as if it was going to feast on succulent leaves growing on a branch. Despite the fact that only the front part remained, according to the researchers, this is the best dinosaur fossil. During its lifetime, the dinosaur was 5.5 meters long,
This
weighed
shit's
almost 1.5
wild.
tons, and belonged to the family of Nodosauridae. Today, anyone who's hungry for discovery can count the scales on the sole of its right foot and see how the skin fits over the protrusions on the skull.
I mean, look at this. This is like a major discovery, in the paleontology field. Unbelievable. I would even argue that it's not just a major discovery among paleontologists. It's just a major discovery, period, scientifically. Unbelievable, the fact that this was found, actually. I suspect, I don't want to speculate too much, but I feel like there's probably more of these kind of mummified dinosaurs across the world that we have yet to discover. Yeah, man, crazy. I mean, it looks like a dragon, you know?
Jacob Winter from the University of Bristol is studying the color of the dinosaur and managed to collect skin samples that contained melanin.
Wow.
The paleobiologists agreed that the mummy was a Nodosaurus that fed exclusively on plants. It had a half-meter-long, horn-like spikes on its shoulders and spiked armor. But there was no mace at the end of the tail. This giant roamed the Earth about 110 million years ago and was a loner.
Dude, can you imagine finding a
Now
mummified
museum staff are checking
Tyrannosaurus
the contents
Rex?
of the dinosaur's intestines to determine what its last meal was. They're also trying to analyze its bones. it's usually the easiest.
I mean, good luck with that. This dinosaur, it's very well preserved, but at the same time, as the transportation that we saw at the beginning of the video can tell you, it's got to be difficult to finesse any kind of information that wouldn't jeopardize the artifact itself, you know?
A step of fossil analysis, but not this time, because the dinosaur skeleton is hidden by skin. The scientists have tried to use a CT scanner, but their attempts haven't been successful so far, because the skin is too dense. However, they hope that with the advancement of technology, they will be able to finally take a look inside.
Yeah, like, that could be useful, obviously, because when you look into the to what the dinosaur ate, you can get an idea of, like, there's a lot of things I feel like you can extrapolate from that, right? Like, if you can actually identify some of the material in the digestive system, then you can identify also what kind of plants were, or fauna, or what have you, were in this specific area that the dinosaur was embalmed in. Obviously, over the course of millions of years, plate tectonics have shifted, so they'll have to, like, you know, correspond the appropriate location. But yeah, I don't know. I think that's pretty interesting. Oh yeah. So crazy shit, man. I also saw, what did I see here? Oh, yeah. Oh, hold on. Okay, on Twitter, because I'm known to be on Twitter. I made a comment that I think ruffled some feathers. Oh, yeah. So this, okay, so, Socialist MMA, who is known to be a grifter, like an open grifter, talking about this clip from, or quote retweeting Aaron Monte, who's talking about Bernie Sanders here in a negative fashion. So let me just look at the video real quick. It's only 37 seconds.
Should America send F-16s?
It's not an issue that I've been heavily involved in, but I support what the president is doing. I think what Putin did was outrageous, not only for the people of the Ukraine and all the destruction, not only for the thousands and tens of thousands of Russian soldiers who have been dying. We need a world now, if we're going to combat climate change, if we're going to combat future pandemics, we need a world to come together. And Putin has radically disrupted that, and that is a real tragedy. But I think at the end of the day, the United States, NATO cannot sit back and allow Putin's aggression to go unresponded to.
Yeah, so this is a good take, objectively a good take. But of course, the characterization by Aaron Mate, as well as other dumbfucks that associate with his kind of ideology, likes to engage with this term here, a proxy war, when it is by definition not. They'll continue to use that characterization regardless, because, you know, to them it's about serving the interests of Russia and anything that is anti-American. That's like the bottom line, like their axiomatic belief. And so yeah, we'll see this forever probably. Also, this Socialist MMA's describe Bernie Sanders here as unserious, which I don't understand, because Bernie Sanders is probably the furthest left-leaning politician in Congress. He's definitely the most popular left-leaning politician. And he is the best shot that the United States has in terms of achieving, like, a social democracy. These are all, like, objectively correct things to say. But regardless, making an enemy out of lefties because they aren't unequivocally against Ukraine, even though Ukraine was invaded? Okay, whatever. But this person said something very dumb that I had to respond to. And I'm not gonna lie, I did a little bait here, but can't wait to see. I didn't see what these comments said, so I'm interested in seeing that. This person said that 3 issues that identify a real leftist, not a fake leftist. Okay, we don't need any more fake lefties on our side. We need the real ones. Apparently, those issues are Palestine, Assange, and peace talks, immediate ceasefire, anti-war activism, and endless escalation. Very weird, by the way, these standards. And it's also weird to even feel the need to outline a set of issues that could tell you who is and isn't a real quote-unquote leftist. Like, it doesn't make sense. It really does show you, like, that it's all about, like, to them, it's a matter of aesthetics and to some extent LARPing, because they see it more as like a book club as opposed to a political movement. So it's no wonder they think in these kind of terms, I guess. But I came out with a banger take here because it is objectively true. I can elaborate here if anybody would like to hear, but basically, supporting Ukraine is anti-war because, first off, Russia invaded Ukraine, and supporting a invaded nation, an unjustly invaded nation, is always going to be objectively good. But outside of that, it is anti-war based upon the fact that the more we can hinder Russia's ability to seize territory, the shorter the war becomes. So that's like essentially the take there. Did this person quote retweet themselves? If you care about the civilians, okay, I don't care. Your Ukraine flag. Oh my god, dude, I knew it. Oh my god, they take the bait so fucking easily, dude. Holy shit. It's always LOL, you have Ukraine flag. Ukraine flag takes equal, like, it's literally the same thing. Your Ukraine flag and the bio morons are so pathetic and repulsive. Repulsive? Really? Ukraine is a corrupt, racist shithole, as opposed to Russia and the United States and most of the world. F Ukraine and anyone who supports that cesspool of humanity. Wow. Wait, what flag? The flag of Yemen. And they are the party of resist. Oh, okay. So they're like the, okay, that makes sense that they are on a socialist MMA tweet. If you care about civilians in Ukraine, you need to realize that prolonging the war from either side only benefits Putin and the American military-industrial complex. I don't care. First off, it doesn't benefit Putin. Wait. First off, no. We're assuming the premise here that supporting Ukraine is prolonging the war, which is not accurate. If you support... First off, as far as I'm concerned, me supporting Ukraine doesn't do shit, like, materially. I can signal support without meaningfully, like, without directly contributing to the war being prolonged. But if we're talking about from policy perspective and sending aid to Ukraine, I'm all for that, because Ukraine is the invaded nation here. They are being invaded. It's not my fault. It's nobody's fault outside of Putin's that the war even exists. So okay. As far as it benefiting the military-industrial complex, I'm sure that's probably true, but at the same time, I literally don't care, because there is unfortunately going to be an overlap between any kind of war that takes place and the amount of money to be gained out of stocks associated with, like, Raytheon, so on and so forth. That's just kind of how it works. Every single war is ended when leaders sit down and come to an agreement. That's definitely not true. This is actually so blatantly untrue that it is, you can look to almost every war that has ever taken place. For example, obviously, it's in a formal sense, yes, leaders come together and, I guess, like, issue unconditional surrenders. But most of the time, it is a nation just being crumbled into the ground, and then it's like there's a power vacuum, and that, and then the opposing nation will occupy the territory. Like, historically, this is objectively not true. And you can even take a look at the Afghanistan war, right? Because the United States literally just like pulled out, and there was no coming to the table for an agreement. Like, completely delusional. That's yeah. Wait, what's this? No, it's not. Anyone supporting Biden's heinous proxy war in Ukraine is a pro-war POS. Got it. Alright, cool. Was there anything else? Because I had a lot. Dude, they're so mad about the fucking... They're so mad about the flags, it's crazy. And of course this person has a Russian flag. This, oh, somebody responded to that. Cool. Expecting Russia to honor any ceasefire is naive at best. I think Russia would honor a ceasefire in the short term. In the long term, I don't expect them to. It actually depends on a lot of variables. Because Putin is Hitler and Satan combined, and all Russia wants is to kill everyone in the world. No. The day you people realize all wars are about politics and money, and that every war can be ended just like it was started with talks, is the day there may be peace. No, I don't really feel like responding. I don't care that much. I mean, most of the time I'm just baiting them. I mean, these people, by the way, are like too far gone to even take seriously, so there's... yeah. Okay. Alright, cool. Speaking of Russia, I know I'm way tardy to the party here, okay? Although I feel it's my responsibility to say something. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. God, I watched so many fucking videos. Where is it? I really want to show you guys this. It might be this video. Okay. Let me share my screen. So, Russia is a big country. It is, I believe, the largest country in terms of surface area on the planet. And because of that, they are likely to receive any kind of extraterrestrial impact event, and more specifically a meteorite or an asteroid or something to that effect. Now, this was in 2013, and I know that this is like this was 10 years ago, but I mentioned at the top of the stream I've been very interested in like space shit and all that. So I saw this, and I was aware that this was a thing that took place back in the day, but I didn't necessarily pay too much attention to it. Now, this is some of the best footage I think I've seen in terms of looking at an impact event. Because a lot of the time, there are impacts like happening all across the world, but because 72% of the Earth is water, it's going to be landing in usually places that are uninhabited, right? We were, I don't want to say fortunate, but we through happenstance were able to be at the right place at the right time with this meteor, the Chelyabinsk meteorite. These are some amazing shots of it, and we'll just take a look at it real quick. This is like this is very, very rare for human beings to like see, I guess, like this kind of event. Because as I mentioned, a lot of these impacts take place in water, so you're not really going to get an opportunity to see it. Regardless, let's just take a look here.
Нихуя себе, это что такое? О, нихуя
That is
метель, блядь.
a pretty good shot, man.
Нихуя себе. Охуеть.
Oh my god. Don't copyright me. Dude, that is that fireball looked like it was coming right at the person. I think that this meteorite was 20 meters in length, I think. Wow. Keep in mind that the meteorite never actually hit the Earth. It exploded, I think, 10 kilometers above it. Could be wrong, but it exploded above ground. You're going to see a lot of these footages from different angles. And again, keep in mind that a lot of these impacts may perhaps not to the size of Chelyabinsk, but will be landing in water. Dude, if I saw that shit, yeah, I don't know, man. Like, what would you think that was, honestly? Like, obviously, like, it looks like a meteorite, but, like, you don't see that shit. It's not, like, common for you to see that. So, like, I wonder what the people were thinking when they saw it. Like, were they thinking, like, it was, like, I don't want to say a nuclear bomb, but I don't know, man. Wow, it like, really lit up the sky.
Если документы будут получены надлежащим образом. Смысл подобной фразы потрясает, ведь трудно себе представить, чтобы Навальный ходил к Певтину и просил разрешения.
Не умал смутил. А вот Морг неопределенно задачил. Путевин победил. Как источник информации, Морг показывается мало интересен. Он может рассказать на своем волокыке с моим кривым переводом.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that this was a 20-meter asteroid. Or meteorite, whatever.
Да и возили он где упал.
And something else to keep in mind is that you're going to have this delay, okay? People are going to see this thing falling from the sky, and then I think the delay was 30 minutes. So after 30 minutes or so, the shockwave took place. And many people were looking up inside because they saw the bright whatever. And it allowed for people to be in a position where they were caught off guard and got injured from broken glass.
ты еще где-то что-то попал.
And it happened so high up in the sky that, like, that's why there was a delay. Holy shit. Is there captions? No.
Подготовка, блин. Да не сын, пока еще ничего нет. Артподготовка. Ебать. Что такое? Хуя заснял материал. Да.
Непонятно. Была такая ярчайшая вспышка и исчезла.
If only I could know what they're
И
saying.
вот туда дальше. Ой. Охренеть. Где-то упал. Слышишь?
Dude, what would even be going through your mind right now? Like, what's going on?
Это знаешь,
Because honestly, I really don't think that many people are going to be thinking that this is like a meteorite. Like, maybe some of them, sure, but like...
Это звуковая волна, астероид. Смотри, как закручивается.
А никуда не уебало хоть дальше? По касательной с атмосферой прошел, блядь.
Crazy shit.
Только он двойной, почему-то в две стороны закручивается, блядь.
Obviously, these kind of... Obviously, these events are damaging and they can harm or even kill people, but it'd be kind of cool to see it. Like, if I could see it, like, maybe... I don't know. I don't even know where safely... if it could go into fucking Lake Erie or something.
Он похоже, вот это похоже метеорит, вон там он взорвался, короче. Ебать, кровь.
That moment when you remember when you get those Cold War fever sweats, like America's finally gonna bomb the fuck out of Russia. Oh god, the classroom. Would they? I wonder if they actually would be thinking if it's like they're being bombed or something. That's a lot of damage. I'm pretty sure that this caused like $30 billion in damage, like USD. Oh. Holy shit.
Ну, козёла.
That's from, by the way, that's from a 20-meter asteroid. Meteorite. This is all in Russian. I'm just curious what they're thinking here. What's the most upvoted thing? The inhabitants of the meteorite watch with horror the approach of Chelyabinsk. Whoops. Okay, I guess we're not going to highlight it. Not a single meteorite in the universe has been slandered as much as Chelyabinsk. Slandered? In this video, we can see not a meteorite in a minute of life of different people at the time of this fall. So I think what they're trying to say is like you're getting a bunch of different perspectives. Interesting. Chelyabinsk has become famous all over the world as a city for the first time in history of mankind that was attacked from the depths of space. True. I want to see, I'm more interested in, like, does anybody, if somebody's explaining, like, what they thought at the time. I admire the calmness of the inhabitants. I wonder how many people said fuck yourself at the same time. Okay. I probably won't get what I'm looking for here. It seems the meteorite exploded over Chelyabinsk every day. Oh, okay. Foreigners, God forbid, from the meteorite, God save. True. What about here? It is surprising how smart our men are in terms of physical and natural science. Almost everyone understands that the sound comes from its play from such a distance. Named from the man's words from archery and pride from the national teacher who inside the team. I don't know what that means. We'll just look at a couple more. Whoops. The kids are scared but don't panic or reject. Okay. Let's see here. I was in 8th grade. It was Tuesday, we were in first lesson physics. Well, that's ironic. I was sitting right by the window and writing something with peripheral vision. I saw a flash, but it was bright enough. Our school at the time spread so many rumors that the plane crashed, aliens. However, it's nice to know that I saw part of that, albeit in the corner of my eye. Okay. So I guess that makes sense, right? Plane crash. Don't mind the dogs, they're going ape shit. Judging by the numerous shockwaves, the meteorite have already begun to disintegrate in front of Chelyabinsk. The large piece flew ahead of the small pieces, hence with the first strong shockwave and then the weak shockwave from the small pieces. Interesting. Wow, this one has 5K. Nothing invigorates like a meteor in the morning. True. Alright, we'll look at this one. That's it. You will see this once in your life. Things interesting. Health to all you all know. Okay, cool. Alrighty. Well, that's that. Yeah, so I guess the moral of the story here is, meteors and asteroids and all that kind of shit, pretty cool, but dangerous. So, hopefully if we were lucky, I guess to see one in your lifetime, then make sure you're away from glass windows, and hopefully the asteroid doesn't actually hit your house or the ground, or just lands in water or disintegrates above the, in the atmosphere. Oh boy. Dude, they're so... Okay, I'm sorry. They keep going on here. They are so unaware. Like, the self-awareness. First off, okay, if I'm being unironic here, characterizing Biden as deeply authoritarian is kind of ridiculous. But additionally, this is... Okay, fine. Cool. They're so mad. It really doesn't take that much effort. I don't want to sound arrogant, but I've been around the block a few times to know how these kind of people operate, and I know exactly what kind of buttons to push. It's like pretty easy. Oh my god. That person who I was responding to, who had the Russian flag, in their bio, first off, geopolitics enthusiasts, okay, nerd. But also, Eastern communist who despises red liberals. What does that even mean? Red liberals? What? Does he mean like the whole scratch a liberal and a fascist bleeds kind of thing? LGBTQ derangement? Yo! Damn, dude. It's crazy. That shit whack. I'm not surprised, though, that these kind of people are anti-trans, because, Putin is anti-trans. So I guess that makes sense, right? Maybe we should get into an actual thing that I saw. I saw this clip, okay? I didn't actually watch it, but I saw the tweet. If you're unaware, Kevin O'Leary is an individual who is on Shark Tank. Shark Tank is a terrible show, but let me be a little more charitable. Shark Tank is a show that, in essence, glorifies capitalism, but they're just kind of like annoying on the show, and that's actually the main reason why I don't like the show itself. There's some interesting people on there and products, and that's cool, but the whole it placates to the whole idea of like America's a meritocracy and you can make it as long as you work hard, blah blah blah. Now there is something to be said about work ethic as it pertains to success in your life. That's definitely the case, but the extent to which they've engaged in this meritocracy narrative on the show ignores any kind of structural obstacles that are omnipresent within our society. So it is much more difficult if you're African American, for example, to be successful in the United States relative to a white person. There are structural obstacles in the way of like certain minority groups. They seem to ignore that or at the very least downplay it, because they keep playing up the show plays up the idea of like just work hard and you know, the American dream, shit like that. Well, the people who are on that show are all billionaires, very rich, wealthy themselves, and they're also like demons in a way, because they're just like not human. And I know that may sound similar to the way fascists talk, but the extent to which these people are out of touch with reality is shocking. And I think that that comes with the territory of being wealthy, or at least as wealthy as these people are. So this clip you're about to see is of Kevin O'Leary, who happens to be a multi-billionaire. And he is, I guess, going after Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Not surprising though, because you know, she has become the caricature of like anti or progressivism, I guess, in Congress. So he's mad at AOC for regulations. Let's see his arguments, or let's watch them.
Thousands of jobs coming out of that. I mean, that's New York, uninvestable. Sorry, don't shoot the messenger, just telling you the way it is.
So the claim here is that New York is uninvestable. I don't know what that means, because that's like so vague, it like means nothing almost. So what is he going to support with that argument? I know this is like a little segment and like whatever, but there's got to be something here.
Yeah, that's it. Uninvestable.
Some pushback from our
Is it uninvestable because of regulations? Because that doesn't mean it's uninvestable.
Our elected officials in New York on that.
I was just going to say Kathy Hochul.
Yeah, but
I'll debate them any time of the day you want.
we would love to set that
Particularly
up.
AOC. She's great at killing jobs. She kills jobs by the thousands.
So, I said this in my tweet, but I'll say it again. It takes a special kind of retard to attribute job loss to like real live human beings, as opposed to market forces. Market forces are the things that create and destroy jobs, or displace jobs. There are obviously regulations that can influence the extent to which market forces play a role in that, but there's a whole idea of like, you know, business owners create jobs. These liberal radical politicians kill them. It is completely disassociated with what economics, like basic economic literacy.
You know another New Jersey problem? Where did Amazon take their jobs? They took them away from her. She threatened.
Well, are we going to ignore the whole schism that took place between... Okay, I guess we are.
To sue them if they created jobs. I mean, this is a reality. It's a reality that...
There's a little more to it, but...
Well, that's just kind of the way the free market works, though, right? Like, you can introduce regulations within your own like jurisdiction, and if people are gonna, if corporations or what have you are gonna move out of there, then so be it. But I highly doubt that AOC, first off, is single-handedly responsible for certain industries or corporations moving away from New York. But I also highly doubt she's single-handedly responsible for making New York uninvestable, which, again, I don't exactly know what that means. It's what what it probably comes down to is just the fact that he doesn't like regulations, because it means that it intrudes on his ability to garner even more wealth, even though he's already one of the most wealthy people on the planet. So, yeah, I don't know. I guess that's more of the issue he takes here.
Let's not relitigate that.
He doesn't want to be... it's not enough to be a billionaire. He needs to be like a mega billionaire, perhaps even to a trillionaire. There have been discussions of Bezos reaching that milestone in the near term, so yeah.
Sorry, I'm just telling the truth.
He's saying what a lot of people...
Dude, the arrogance of this man is incredible. I'm sorry, I'm just speaking facts here. It's just... don't shoot the messenger.
Saying especially what happened with that Amazon thing here in New York.
Cool. They also said something else too. This was a little
Family
longer.
grew up in Boston, Massachusetts. We left there to move to Florida like everybody else is, because it's such a tough place to... this is a tough message. People really are critical about this, but somebody has to call it out, because...
Okay. the idea that nobody is calling out AOC is laughable. You have to be purposely being dishonest here. I think that playing up the fact that you're being this brave person who has to call out the radical policies proposed by people like AOC is laughable. I mean, has this man ever watched these segments on Fox News?
This is a competition of states now, and we don't put money there anymore. We put it in other places. And
yeah, you put it in the Cayman Islands so you can engage in tax fraud.
Jobs are created elsewhere. Over time, this is going to diminish New Jersey, diminish New York, diminish...
It absolutely will not do those things.
Massachusetts and California out of business.
Dude, this guy's such a fucking retard. Oh my god, dude. This is like just fear-mongering. Holy shit. Yeah, California is going to go bankrupt. It is going to go belly up because of regulations, even though it's the 5th largest economy on the fucking planet. Jesus Christ.
Out of business. El Morte. No business there. You can't do...
Like, he's just making shit up.
business there.
And it's interesting, by the way, and this really does show you that these kind of people who, like, reach billionaire status aren't actually, like, financial gurus, but are instead just lucky enough to have stumbled upon certain opportunities that they could have exploited that allow them to garner the amount of wealth and capital that they currently occupy.
I don't know what that place is going to turn into. Maybe a tourist zone, but no business. Imagine San Francisco. You can't even walk at night out in the street.
Okay. That's also not true. Based on what? San Francisco crime rate. I'm assuming he's referring to the crime rate in San Francisco. The chance of becoming a victim of violent crime in San Francisco was 178. Hold on, let me just get my good old calculator here. That's less than 10%, by the way. 0.56% of being a victim of a violent crime in San Francisco. Awesome. In 2021, there were 49 murders, 2,400. These, by the way, these amounts are pretty low, considering the size of San Francisco. Even though violent crime is still 40% of the national average, San Francisco is less violent than some other large cities. Yeah. But he will single out San Francisco. You know why? Because it fits the narrative that California is a shithole dumpster fire for businesses, and it's not safe or prudent from a financial perspective to live there. Amazing. By the way, it's so funny, by the way, that this whole idea that New York is uninvestable when given the fact that New York has some of the most billionaires in the country as well as California. There's actually more billionaires in California than New York. But he'll slander both of these states. You know why? And I'll say it again. Because these are far more left-leaning states. And to him, regulation is the demise of a billionaire. Although there are more billionaires apparently in California and New York, but we'll keep that part quiet, I guess. And AOC actually responded to him. I mean, what did she say exactly? She said something that was pretty standard. Yeah. If it's so uninvestable, then why is New York home to some of the most billionaires in the world? This is what billionaires do. They leverage their power to gain platforms to spread unsubstantiated claims to push policies that are even more favorable than them today. Yeah, so this is definitely true. I would like to build upon that, though. I think that also, I don't know. I guess the main thing here is that billionaires are crybabies who, if, like, a 0.00001% increase in their taxes go up, or on like capital gains, they will literally flip their shit and run away like little bitches. Literally any raises in taxes on the billionaires is enough to scare these people shitless. Wonderful stuff. What? Some of the most billionaires. What does that even mean? Is this person serious? Pull your kids out of public school. There it is. Got it. Got him, boys. Oh boy. Alright. Billionaires being little bitches. What else is new? Oh man, oh yeah, I saw this too. There's not much to say about. Oh, yeah, I'll just show what it is. I saw this the other day. I thought it was kind of dumb. Jesse Kelly, who is very cringy. I can't think of a single image that better explains where our country is now, and it shows an image of Pete Buttigieg and his husband holding two childs. If there is one, I'd like to see it. This is just exactly what we've become. So let's engage in some high tier analysis. There isn't a lot there to be said about this, but I'll do so anyway. So obviously, this is appealing to the fact that, or appealing rather to the fear mechanism hardwired into the conservative brain that if we don't do something about this quote-unquote degeneracy, that this will be what the nation is, this will become more ubiquitous within the country. The social fabric of our country is deteriorating, and this will be used as a proxy for a broader assault against progressivism as a whole. And it's interesting that this person says that this is where our country is now, even though there are more heterosexual couples in the United States. But you need to play up the minority part here, the quote-unquote degenerate part, because then it makes it seem like it's the more ubiquitous thing that's happening in the country. Also, this is like literally like this picture is actually a nice, cute picture. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just two bros coddling two babies and smiling at each other. Like, what's wrong with this picture? It's just amazing. They get mad about like the weirdest shit. I don't really know. I don't really know how it could possibly. I personally cannot wrap my mind how I would ever be upset about something like this. Like, absolutely nothing here is. There's like nothing here. But we nonetheless must endure the ridiculousness of a conservative. Oh yeah, and I saw this too. So if we weren't engaged in authoritarianism already in Florida, then it just keeps getting worse. There's going to be a Florida bill which will require bloggers who write about the governor to register with the state. Allow me to repeat that. A Florida bill would require bloggers who write about the governor to register with the state. The article. This is a bill that would require any blogger writing about government officials to register with the Florida Office of Legislative Services or the Commission on Ethics. This is Gestapo shit. This is obviously an attempt at intimidation, but also an attempt at keeping tabs on the dissenters of your regime, so that way you can pay them a little visit or target them more at a micro level. In this bill, Broder wrote that those who write an article, a story, or series of stories about the governor and lieutenant, so on and so forth, and receives or will receive payment for doing so, must register with the state offices within 5 days after the publication. To be fair, or not even to be fair, but just to highlight this, I don't give a fuck if you're receiving payment. This means absolutely nothing to me. I think that you should get money for criticizing people if you're gonna make it your occupation. The blogger would be required to submit monthly reports at the 10th of each month. They would not have to submit a report on months where no content is published. For blog posts, the concern... Okay. If compensation is paid for a series of posts, the blogger would be required to disclose the total amount to receive. So, this is obviously an attempt at invoking fear among people who are in the trans community, because they are the most likely to cultivate a following with respect to covering this kind of shit. And this actually kind of addresses this person's own, like, shit, right? Yeah, I don't know. I think that it's still a pretty bad bill to have anyway, because again, I don't give a fuck if they're paying or not, or if they're receiving monetary benefits from it or not. You should have the right to make blogs receive money if you are criticizing or talking about, in this instance, elected officials. That's not quite what the bill does. It's about paid bloggers as substitute for lobbying, which it often is. Sorter tweets in the thread are simply false. The bill is bad, but it should be described accurately. Except it's not limited to registered lobbyists or others who would typically be required to register as lobbyists. It's incredibly broad to encompass any blog compensated for a post mentioned an elected official. You're naive if you think it won't be abused. I mean, given the fact that they despise trans people, it would not be surprising to me if they do abuse such a piece of legislation. I didn't say it was a good bill. It's a bad bill, but it should be described accurately, especially by those in the U.S. and legal. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I think, regardless, this is a pretty terrible thing to do. Obviously, just added on to the list, the ever-growing list of authoritarian tendencies by Florida. I mean, like, yeah, I mean, like, this is, I mean, wasn't it Texas that was trying to keep a registry of, like, trans people? Because, like, they were trying to get, like, collect information on people who transition their gender on their driver licenses or any kind of, like, government document. They wanted to, like, keep a list of those people. Yeah, I mean, like, this seems like an attempt at intimidation to me. To the same level of, this is a little less intimidating than the collection of a list of trans people from Texas, but it's still, like, pretty bad, I think. I guess it's, like, not competition either, but, yeah. Oh, boy. I don't really know what to say about it, or what more to say about it, you know? It's just another authoritarian bill. Oh, speaking of, heinous anti-trans bills. Florida, again, has introduced a bill that allows for legal kidnapping of trans children. I want to read this because this seems a little too crazy to believe. They're citing this part here. So, a court of this state shall treat as unjustifiable conduct subjecting or attempting to subject a child to the provision of sex reassignment prescriptions or procedures as defined. Wow. A court may not treat a parent's removal of a child from another parent or from another state as unjustifiable conduct or child abuse if the removal was for the purpose of protecting the child from one or more of the prescriptions or procedures referenced in paragraph A. So what this is basically saying is that the removal... Let's characterize this accurately. So this is saying a court may not treat a parent's removal of a child from another parent or from another state as unjustifiable. So they are basically saying that the state is allowed to take a parent's child away from them if the removal was, if the kidnapping was for the purpose of protecting the child from one or more of the prescriptions or procedures listed above here, which is obviously puberty blockers, same-sex reassignment, prescriptions, so on and so forth. The child was at risk of or was being subjected to the provisions of such subscriptions. The petitioner may file a verified application for the issuance of a warrant to take physical custody of the child if the child is likely to imminently suffer serious physical harm. This is such a vague thing that if you were to put certain people in power who are responsible for determining the validity of such a warrant, that they would just err on the side of the issuer of the warrant, the petitioner, rather. So, if you appoint certain right-wing goons who are deep into the Kool-Aid of, like, children are being mutilated by trans people, or, like, by parents, so on and so forth, then those same people who are in power are likely to greenlight these warrants that would allow them to go in and remove a child from their parents' custody. Because, again, they believe that the child is at risk of being subjected to prescriptions or procedures, which characterizing it as a risk is inaccurate, but yeah. What else does the bill do? The bill goes even further to violate interstate committee by authorizing the courts to vacate child custody determinations of other courts only if the child is trans. This is a green light transfer by family members engaged in state-sponsored kidnapping. A court of this state has jurisdiction to vacate, stay, or modify a child custody determination of a court of another state to protect the child from So this will never pass. This would never, or rather, it never should pass, because you're crossing state lines, and if you go to California, for example, that is a safe state for, or a sanctuary state for trans people, they would just not abide by this kind of provision. So, in other words, they can't go across state lines, because that would be a federal matter, not a state matter. A state can't just say, yes, we can go across state lines and like take the child away. Like, that's not legally possible. From the risk of being subjugated to the provision of same-sex. Yeah, they're so, like, they hate trans people so much, it's crazy. A transphobic parent could kidnap their trans child in violation of custody agreements and abscond to Florida and be protected by Florida law under this, despite likely committing felony kidnapping in their home state. The bill goes even further to ban all public funding for gender-affirming care, including for adults. Well, this is monstrous, but it is also not new to the crazy right-wing politicians. There's been plenty of bills proposed that have been trying to ban gender-affirming care. This would mean state and local employees and their families would be barred from coverage for gender-affirming care. Prohibition of expenditure of public funds for sex reassignment prescriptions and procedures, a state agency, the state group health insurance program, blah, 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 blah. Between this and other bills introduced today, gender-affirming care would be banned for all trans youth, and coverage would be eliminated for all state and local employees and their families. All public hospitals are banned from providing gender-affirming care, including adults. Keep in mind that this is the same party, and I've said this multiple times, I'll say it again. This is the same party that loves to say that they are small government, we need a smaller government, blah, blah, like, but then they'll ban all this fucking shit that they determine is degenerate. An additional bill requires informed consent forms by the state filed with pseudoscience. Yeah, that's not surprising either. SB 107 required that California be the home state. It follows widely accepted requirements under established precedent across. Okay. Yeah, this is important to keep in mind, and I kind of took away the same conclusion. It just needs to be reasonable suspicion of a child possibly receiving gender-affirming care, which would give even more leeway to people who want to commit kidnapping. So, oh shit, sorry about that. So yeah, this is the hellhole that we live in as far as this country. So that's nice. I'm gonna take a quick break, and then when we get back, we'll cover some other stories, and we'll go from there. So just hang tight, all right? Checking. Howdy. Ew. There we go. What's up? Okay, what else do we have in the docket? We had Aiden Ross. Oh yeah, the opinion article from New York Times. Got it. Let's go for Aiden Ross first. Okay. So Aiden Ross, from my understanding, was recently banned off of, what was it, Twitch or something? He was banned forever, I guess. And he actually is on Kick, which is basically a knockoff of Twitch. It's basically Twitch except worse and less moderation. So... Oh yeah, and what's funny is that there were people, including Aiden Ross, who were streaming the Super Bowl on Kick, and they... I don't know if they're gonna get sued, but like they should, because like that's copyrighted material that they cannot like use, obviously. But that's a whole other discussion. He was on Kick, obviously, and he was streaming, but he was doing this weird stream where he had a couple of his buddies, I guess, and he would have some random people, some viewers, do some dares or shit for money, and some of them is pretty ridiculous. The stream started by making a guy lose his job at a stadium by walking on the court, but things would only escalate from there. So this is part of the stream. I don't know how much of this I want to even show, because it's pretty pretty bad.
Bro, listen, you're gonna pull the blanket off her, pour it on her. She's gonna wake up, start screaming and shit. Listen, you're gonna take that bat and say, "Wake up, bitch!" and go smack, smack, smack.
The dumbest dare I've ever heard in my life. Like actually the worst dare I've ever heard.
Okay.
What did you say?
Okay, you're gonna pull the blanket off her, pour it all on her face. Listen, and then.
Okay, what is that?
You're gonna be like, "Wake up, bitch!" and you're gonna grab the bat and go smack, smack, smack.
What is that? I don't understand how people watch this man. This guy is actually a juvenile, like idiot. How and what entertainment value can be derived from this? From being like an asshole. This is like those fucking prank channels that like excuse everything as like a prank when they're doing things that are just obviously annoying and bad.
Yo.
Go back in the room! Nah, go back in the room!
Yo, cameras.
Don't spit on her, bro. Fuck it.
Go back in the room!
So using dares, quote unquote, as a proxy for being misogynistic assholes.
Katie, stop! She's getting me with the bat. She got the bat! She's chasing me with the bat!
So the odds of this being real, in my opinion, are probably 50-50, because like maybe it's fake. It's hard to tell. But even if it's not fake, it really speaks to the kind of character we're dealing with here, that they would think that this is something that should be broadcasted. Aiden almost made a viewer pee on his sister. What? While he was sleeping, but after getting a text from our higher up at Kick, they resorted to pouring a mixture of alcohol, sauce, water, and powder. Oh, okay, because that's much better. All over her and smashing her TV with a baseball bat. What, like, legitimately, I think there's something wrong with these people. Like, I think there's mentally, like, there's something mentally wrong with them. Next viewer who came on, Aiden encouraged him to pee on his sleeping brother. What is with this pee fetish? Do they have, is this like a fetish thing? They like desperately want to see somebody get pissed on? I'm sure that there are things you can find on Pornhub, buddy, that can satiate that fetish. He ended up peeing in a cup and tried to lure his brother to the camera, who was allegedly an Assad fan, but the viewers' internet cutouts. This is insane. Next viewer came on to the stream. He was to pick up his own dog's fecal matter and eat it? After Aiden found out the viewer was a sleeping girlfriend in the house, he then asked the viewer to put the poop on his sleeping girlfriend. This isn't even, like, good prank. These are, like, disgusting, vile, horrible, sadistic pranks. They're if you can even classify them as a prank. This is not even, like... This is just disgusting. There's nothing entertaining about this. Just being off-the-wall grotesque doesn't mean it's entertaining. Aiden pushes fan to extreme limits, pepper spray, head shaving, and hot sauce. This is absolutely deplorable. And you know that there are, like, these viewers who, if you are deep into the Kool-Aid where you're on Kick at all, but also watching and actively engage with the Aiden Ross community, then these guys probably look up to him to some respect, and as such are more vulnerable to the kind of things that he would want them to do. So he's obviously exploiting some kind of power imbalance between the two, because they probably worship him, and are making these viewers, like, subjugating them to terrible shit. Obviously there's a responsibility for the viewer to not do something so fucking stupid, and that shouldn't be downplayed, but at the same time, like, Aiden Ross is as culpable here. Do I even want to watch this? I don't even know if I want to watch this. Yeah, this is disgusting. This man, what else could be said about such a sad little boy than Aiden Ross? He's a very small little child. He typically flaunts wealth and extravagance probably as a coping mechanism for his insecurity.
For life, solitary confinement, prison.
Ew. Oh, this is in response to that. Yeah, he's actually like a child. Yeah, I don't know. I think that these people like Aiden Ross contribute massive harm to the, I don't know if it's the incel community or whatever. Some like insecure guys. The Andrew Tate orbit, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. That's pretty fucked up. Ugh, okay. We're gonna keep going, baby. Okay, let's see. Please don't be paywalled. Cool. So, as is usually the case, the opinion pieces written by mainstream news outlets are usually absolute dog shit. And not just that, but they're usually, and interestingly, framed from a right-wing perspective, or are just blatantly conservative. Some of the common themes I've noticed among opinion pieces written by any kind of, journal or what have you, has been usually conservative, right-wing, or just absolutely detached from reality or stupid. And that pattern seems to remain consistent for the opinion piece we're about to read here. So, my fellow liberals are exaggerating the dangers of Ron DeSantis. Yeah, so a very convincing argument must be demonstrated here to substantiate the fact that that DeSantis is not, or that the fears about DeSantis are exaggerated, quote unquote. So let's read a little bit and discern what the arguments are. To judge by several early polls, DeSantis of Florida has a decent shot at beating former President Trump in the race. Some liberals have pronounced this terrible news because they say a DeSantis presidency would be just as awful as perhaps even worse than a second Trump term. So this is unabashedly true. This is absolutely the case. Yep. This is wrong. Okay. A DeSantis presidency would be bad in many ways, and my fellow liberals should fight with all they have to prevent it. But Mr. DeSantis almost certainly would not be worse than Mr. Trump. I'm gonna love to hear these arguments. Exaggerating the threat posed by a Florida governor could inadvertently increase Mr. Trump's prospects in the Republican primaries. What? How about a source on that? Are we just speculating, making shit up? I don't care if this is an opinion piece. You can have bad opinions, and I can make fun of you for it. This is an absurd claim to make. And if Mr. DeSantis does get the nomination, progressive overreaction toward him in the primary contest could ultimately undermine the case against him in the general election. Again, completely just absolute speculation and conjecture. Nothing grounded in reality here. Also, what are we qualifying as overreaction? What does that mean specifically? The case against Mr. DeSantis is rooted in his policy commitments. That's a main part of it for sure, but it's not just that. During his time as Florida's chief executive, he governed from the hard right, taking aggressive aim at voting rights, pursuing politicized prosecutions, restricting what can be taught in public schools and universities, strong-arming private businesses, using refugees as human props, and engaging in flagrant demagoguery. Hold on, this shit's freezing up. Sorry about that. About vaccines. So basically, he's anti-vax. Yeah, we knew that. Before that, as a congressman, he supported cuts to Social Security, Medicaid. All of that provides ample reason to rally against him should he end up as the Republican nominee in 2024. So let it be known that the policy prescriptions with DeSantis are fairly similar to that of Trump. They're very similar. The only difference between Trump and DeSantis, or rather the primary difference between the two, in my opinion, is that DeSantis is a little more of a competent fascist than Trump is. So the danger he poses is probably greater than that of Trump. So I think that's worth keeping in mind. None of this makes DeSantis worse than Trump, who also did and sought to do bad things in office. The Muslim ban, forcing separation of migrants from their children, and much else. Well, they're both bad. Yeah, they both cross the. They both rather convincingly crossed the threshold of very bad politician. It's a matter, and honest to God, like, comparing Trump and DeSantis is basically pointless because, like, both of them are just so bad that it, like, doesn't even matter what the difference is. Could the Trump era have been worse? Absolutely, and here liberals have a point that when they suggest Mr. Trump's ability to wreak havoc was limited by his ineptness. But based on what we've seen of Mr. DeSantis' performance as governor of Florida, a DeSantis administration would likely display much greater discipline and competence. Wait, is that the road we're going down here? Is that the line of reasoning we're going to employ? So, DeSantis is better than Trump because DeSantis is more disciplined. He is more of a standard politician. He is competent. He has civility. Are you fucking kidding me? The same argument, or rather a similar argument, could have been made against, and I hate to bring it up, but Hitler. Hitler was an amazing orator and very charismatic, and as such, he was able to rally and radicalize many people, probably to a better extent than most other politicians in the 20th century. If somebody with the amount of charisma and oral abilities, rhetorical techniques as Hitler assumes office, I feel as though their threat to the country is far more damaging than somebody like Trump, who is not uncharismatic, but not as competent. The competency here is what's dangerous, but this author is playing it up as though the competency and discipline and civility is is actually going to make the country better. Yet it's also the case that people in the Trump orbit recognize this problem and plan to ensure things work out differently next time. This includes the idea of bolder action and policy, much tighter president with an eye toward running an administration capable. Okay. So let's stipulate that Mr. Trump and Mr. DeSantis would both try to do bad things in office. This is not, there's no such, we do not need to stipulate. This is objectively what's going to happen. Trump has already declared that he would ban gender-affirming care on the federal level. So we can already assume that that's going to happen. There's no ambiguity here. Mr. Trump still brings something distinctive and more dangerous to the contest, or rather several things. He's flagrantly corrupt. What? As opposed to DeSantis, yeah. He lies constantly. As opposed to DeSantis, he's impulsive and capricious. As opposed to DeSantis, and he displays a lust for power combined with complete indifference to democratic laws and norms that constrain presidential... As opposed to DeSantis... Is this a fucking joke? Has there ever been an opinion article written by any mainstream news outlet that has not, like, devolved into retardation? This is completely an unacceptable line of reasoning. To claim that these are things unique to Trump is borderline psychotic. Not only does DeSantis embody these issues that the author is highlighting, but so do other politicians. In fact, many other politicians display such a list of characteristics. Perhaps the indifference to democratic laws might be a little more dependent upon the party we're talking about, but regardless, these are all things that are, like, the corruption especially is a common denominator for politicians. The way to summarize these various personal defects is to say that Mr. Trump is temperamentally unfit to be president. Like the most liberal shit brain thing to say. Completely downplaying all the other shit, yeah. That was obvious to many of us before his surprise victory in 2016. If you honestly followed the polls and, like, well, maybe not the polls, but if you honestly read the writing on the wall in 2016, you probably would have came to a reasonable conclusion that Trump had a decent shot of winning. I think, like, surprise is only within the context of people who are, like, in the neoliberal apparatus broadly, because those are the only people who were absolutely convinced that Hillary Clinton was going to beat Trump. It was confirmed on a daily and sometimes hourly basis throughout his presidency, and it became indisputable when he refused to accept the results of the 2020 election and helped spur efforts. It became indisputable far before 2020. That makes Trump categorically more dangerous than anyone else running. No, it doesn't, because the Republican apparatus, the GOP, they're all anti-democratic. This is not something unique to Trump. Wait, I'm sorry. Are we to just look away from the mass surveillance of the state by Florida recently? Didn't they have a blacklist of books that could be offered to students in schools? Yeah, definitely not authoritarian. Also, didn't they also just have recently a trying to compile a registry of people who were trying to criticize or talk about any legal, or rather any politicians, including himself, if they were making money off it? Completely delusional here, and the fact that the fact that they're claiming this is unique to Trump, and this is what makes Trump more dangerous, is psychotic. Those who suggest Mr. DeSantis would be worse than Mr. Trump often make the additional point that Mr. Trump was quite unpopular and outright repulsive to many, whereas DeSantis has proved himself capable of winning over mainstream voters in his home state. That makes DeSantis potentially a more popular candidate than Mr. Trump was or is likely to be, and that could empower DeSantis to enact more sweeping policy changes were he elected. This is definitely not true. DeSantis is going to pass whatever he wants, regardless of his popularity, and so would any other politician, with the exception of maybe Democrats, because Democrats are spineless. All of these Republican candidates and politicians are unabashedly going to try and pass anything they can, regardless of its popularity. They don't give a fuck. There are other things to worry about. Wait, There are other things to worry about? Okay, is this person, like, actually, like, brain dead? Huh. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, I guess. Mr. Trump's lack of popularity added to his dangerousness because it made his administration appear... Wait, what? Mr. Trump's lack of popularity added to his dangerousness because it made his administration appear illegitimate. What? Oh my god. That's the argument they're going to use here. That is the flimsiest shit I've ever seen. He was a president with an anti-mandate. He lost to Hillary Clinton by 2.9 million votes in 2016 and suffered presidential low approval ratings, who nonetheless pressed on with enacting extreme shifts in policy. This undermines the person's previous argument here. Also, this is more of an indictment upon the Electoral College than it is on Trump, because it makes it appear illegitimate. Yeah, that. You have the Electoral College to thank for that, buddy. Not Trump. That made the Trump years uniquely polarizing and unstable? Yeah, guys, hey, don't tell this author, don't talk to this author about the election of 1864, because, you know, everybody knows that in the year 1864, the election, the United States was definitely not polarizing and definitely not unstable. Yeah, okay, yeah, definitely. 100% the Trump years were uniquely polarizing and unstable. Policies can be reversed. A shredded civic fabric is much more difficult to... This means nothing, basically. A shredded civic fabric is much more difficult to... What does that even mean? That it literally means nothing. Literally means nothing. It appeals to this broader, like, unity bullshit. Like, absolutely crazy. Also, it's funny that this is being characterized as something unique to Trump when DeSantis, as well as other Republican politicians, would equally, quote-unquote, shed the civic fabric of this country. Liberals have a long history of hyping fears of Republican presidential candidates. Well, first off, liberals are not the only group of people who do this. Yeah, as opposed to conservatives who called fucking Bill Barr a communist. From Lyndon B. Johnson to sometimes hysterical warnings about various dire threats posed by John McCain in 2008 and Mitt Romney. What warnings? First off, what warnings are you highlighting here? But also, this paragraph absolutely contributes nothing to the broader opinion of this article, and seems like it's more designed to just like make it seem like liberals or leftists or what have you are like overreacting to the dangers and the authoritarianism of Republicans, in spite of the fact that Republicans have constantly been proposing more restrictive rights on trans people, as well as restricting voting rights for minorities. We heard similarly terrible things about Donald Trump in 2016, but this time they were true. It was true then, it was true then, it is true now, and it would remain the case to be true with DeSantis. It's interesting, because this sentence here indicates to me that this person doesn't understand the dynamics that were at work during the Trump administration. Trump was... I mean, there was a growing amount of extremism that has been permeating the broader GOP and the conservative base, which took place... I feel like the rise in this kind of extremism has been taking place really since, like, the 90s, but the modern reincarnation of that probably started getting into its mold around the Tea Party movement, and has only been getting worse and worse and worse. And as such, I think that the Trump administration has only further exacerbated the extremism we are witnessing throughout not only the GOP, but also the conservative voter base. As with the story of the boy who cried wolf, a real wolf has finally arrived. I hate this person so much. It's crucially important that liberals make what should be a cogent case against DeSantis. Where are they not making that case? What arguments is this person thinking they're responding to? Without resorting to exaggeration that would undermine their own credibility. It's not undermining your own credibility to accurately characterize DeSantis as authoritarian and very bad. That's not an exaggeration. I mean, literally just look at the policies that are being proposed on Florida on a daily basis with regards to trans people. Particularly with the persuadable voters. I don't know what this means, persuadable voters? Like, are you talking about, like, the moderates? It undermines their credibility to highlight the dangers of a DeSantis administration because it could turn off the moderate voter? That shouldn't even be the strategy employed by or adopted by liberals or by the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party should do everything they can to make turnout as high as possible. So that means appealing to the younger voter base or allowing or trying to pass laws that make it easier to vote. Obviously, that's not going to be easy in red states, but I mean, you can only do the best that you can here. The most effective approach would be to build a case tailored to the distinctive defects of whichever candidate makes it to the general election. Stick to the facts. DeSantis is a bully who's ready and willing to trample freedom of speech and expression, voting rights, common decency. I don't give a fuck about common decency. As long as you're passing good policies, then I really don't care if you come off as a jerk or something. To win the applause of the Republican base. If this is more so a PR thing or an optics thing, then I guess that makes a little more sense. But, like, yeah, as far as how they govern, I don't care if they're like a bully. In fact, I think that it's okay in some respects to be a bully because you need to get your way sometimes, and a lot of times actually in politics. To make the unconvincing claim that DeSantis' presidency would be even worse than another 4 years of Trump isn't necessary and could even undercut the liberal argument. I don't know what the argument this person's referring to is. Awesome. Okay. So, as seems to be the case, as what appears to remain the case, is people at the New York Times, and probably at these other journalistic organizations, they believe that the fears that are stoked with regards to the conservative party, but especially with DeSantis here, apparently, are exaggerated, and I wouldn't even be surprised if the characterization of a genocide against trans people would come off as a dumbfounding to people like this who write this kind of shit. You have to purposefully. Yeah. Wait. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. I just remembered I have to go over something else too. That kind of ties into what I'm saying. You just have to listen to what they're saying openly. Conservatives. Prominent conservatives. You want to hear what conservatives are saying right now that also perfectly align with the views of DeSantis? Let's take a look.
In order for women to have the right to have their own bathrooms, you have to ban transgenderism entirely.
Yes, that is the view that is being adopted by mainstream conservatives at this point. And by mainstream conservatives, I mean really like the politicians. There's probably a lot of conservatives in the country that also believe this, but let's just focus on the politicians first for now. With respect to DeSantis, this is something that he unabashedly advocates for. You can see it through his rhetoric and through his policy prescriptions.
You can't just ban it for the kids. It's got to be entirely. In order for women to be able to have their own locker rooms at the gym, you have to ban transgenderism entirely.
And you remember how, like, 8-9 years ago, there was a lot of hoopla over trans people going into bathrooms? Well, it started there. The foundation was laid at that point. And now we are reaching a point where the prescription or the Overton window has moved to this.
You can't just ban it for the kids. It's got to be entirely. In order for women to be able to have their own locker rooms at the gym, you have to ban transgenderism entirely.
So, the opinion piece here. We are exaggerating the dangers of DeSantis. Absolutely deranged, detached from reality. This person's probably conservative, so yeah, there you have it. Now, this is a perfect transition into my next segment, which was going to be to cover the Daily Wire host here. So let's continue watching this crazy video. I shouldn't even say it's crazy. At this point, this is mainstream conservative thought, so yeah, like, this is not something that's out of the realm of the narratives that circulate throughout the conservative, movement. This is something that is commonly adopted.
In order to protect businesses from having to participate in weird, occult, sexual rituals, like
okay, so you could say the same thing basically for gay people. The fact that there was an argument that the arguments conservatives were using back in the day was like, you can't have a baker bake a wedding cake for a gay couple if it's against their own religion. This is kind of the same thing, except the genocidal meter has been turned up a little bit.
the transgender transition. You have to ban transgenderism entirely.
So he said this, he keeps saying this, but transgenderism isn't like a thing. It's something that conservatives have made up to characterize the movement as like an ideology. If they can characterize the movement as an ideology, then I think that they're able to strong man or strong arm a lot of different like talking points that are trying to repudiate the ideology, because like something that is associated with an ideology is propaganda, and they probably believe, in fact I am 99% sure that this is the case, that trans people or advocating for trans rights is the same as like brainwashing or grooming children. And if they're able to associate or attribute the ideological dynamic here with the trans community, then they are able to employ a lot of different rhetorical techniques as well as narratives that could be more applicable to an ideology as opposed to a movement. If you attack a movement, it might come off a little more optically harmful.
I love this bill because it is so much more aggressive than the other bills we've seen. I don't mean to...
And that kind of is in lockstep with the trend we're witnessing here, right? Because conservatives want all trans people dead. This is something that is commonly held among not just the Daily Wire, but among Fox News, among conservative politicians. So ultimately, they do want like every trans person shot in the back of the head, but they can't do that explicitly. So instead, they resort to passing policies which would ban gender-affirming care, and as a consequence of that, people become far more vulnerable to depression, suicide, basically a worse life. And because of that, they are more likely to die. This is an indirect way of committing genocide. They don't have to necessarily shoot them, like load a gun and point it to a trans person, but instead they will pass policies that essentially do the same thing.
To knock the other governors and the other state houses, they've done a great job laying the groundwork. But this bill goes much further, and it reminds us of a truth in politics that Republicans all too often forget. You're either on offense or you're on defense. You're either making gains in the culture or you're losing ground in the culture. There's no standing still. There's no status quo. There's no neutrality. And what the conservatives have screwed up on for at least 50 years now, probably more, is the libs make some crazy aggressive play, and then we try to dial it back by about 5 to 10%.
So conservatives have evolved over the years. This is obviously true. As such, the Overton window has, I kind of touched upon this in the previous segment, but has shifted pretty far to the right over the past couple of years, and especially during the Trump administration. I started to notice this rise in extremism around the formation of the Tea Party movement, which was in like 2008, I think, maybe 2009. And this seems to be the modern incarnation of what we're seeing here as far as the level of extremism. And I mean, prior to that, of course, conservatives were bigoted and economically illiterate, but the extent to which we have crossed this boundary here has been on a scale that I don't think we've seen before. Maybe the only time it is rivaled is during the Civil War. But it's just the amount that the Overton window has shifted that is concerning here, right? Because we're at a point where actual violence is being committed against the trans community. You saw infrastructure being damaged, as was the case in Washington and Virginia, or North Carolina, I think, that destroyed or damaged electrical substations, cutting the power to tens of thousands of people, all for the sake of preventing a drag show that was scheduled in the city. So we're seeing that. We also saw the Club Q shooting, where people were murdered, obviously, and that was at the behest of transphobia. And there's just an escalation here of violence, not just from the policy lens, but also interpersonally. So the level, or the amount we have gone here, like to the right, has been astronomical over the years. And unfortunately, it seems as though it's only going to get worse. I mean, at a certain threshold, we cross a point where there's no mask, and it's just them saying that they want to kill trans people. We kind of already are at that point, but they're not actually saying the sentence, "I want to kill trans people." They're very close to it, I will admit, but they're not exactly at the pinnacle here, right?
Worse, we try to slow it down by about 5 to 10%. So the libs attack the family through feminism.
That's funny. Feminism. Oh my god, it's like the same shit every day. Yeah, should I even respond to that? There's like nothing really to. Yeah, okay.
The fundamental political institution. They claim that men and women are basically the same.
Nobody claims that. Men and women are different, but the gender roles associated with men and women are arbitrary. That's what's a social construct. It's the genders. Nobody is literally saying that a man and a woman are exactly identical, the same in every respect. That's never been the claim.
Takes the culture pretty far to the left, and then conservatives try to inch it back a little bit, but not by the time they're even.
Notice the dynamic he's highlighting here. So he's looking at politics holistically as this war between liberals and conservatives, and to some extent that is true. However, it's interesting that his mind evolves into that kind of thinking when, for me personally, I don't know if I can speak for other people, or for other people who share my political beliefs, but for me, I think about what benefits the most people, what is beneficial to not just humanity, but also for the country, and like what's the best way forward. And that's what I think about. I don't think about this in terms of tribal, left versus right bullshit. To some extent, I have to, because that's just the way our country is structured right now. But like ultimately, when it comes to policies, I think more in terms of what helps people. But to him, it seems more tribal. It seems that he is only advancing Republican policies for the sake of it. That's what it seems to me.
Thinking about inching it back, the libs push forward with the normalization of other sexual practices.
It's not a sexual Wait, what was he about to say? Gay?
Gay rights, among other things.
That's good, though. The more acceptance we have of other people, the better? Also, it's not a sexual practice to be transgender or gay. Yeah.
And then, by the time the conservatives are trying to dial that back, the libs, they've lurched much further to the left.
So notice, again, the framing here. So obviously he's making it seem as though liberals are, like, invading or infecting, like, society with their social contagion. It seems to be the talking point he's playing off of this. And I just, maybe to some extent it's correct in the sense that like popularity of trans rights and gay rights has gone up, and they're losing the culture war in that respect. So I guess in that respect he's kind of right, but it is a fear-mongering technique, because at the end of the day this is not harmful to your average person.
Left, they're trying to redefine marriage now. They say redefine marriage. Well, I don't know. I guess we could come to some kind of terms with a civil union, and by the time you say that, whoop, they've lurched even further to the left. Now they're saying actually we've got transgenderism.
Again, remember, transgenderism is something that conservatives made up. It is not a real thing. It is a calling card for transphobia.
Actually, now a man can become a woman. A man can become a woman. Okay, but maybe we shouldn't do it to by the time we say that, whoop, oh my gosh, we're all the way off the screen.
this performative outrage is remarkable to me. Imagine getting so upset at the acceptance of other people that you make it a point to characterize it as like the deterioration of a country. It's unbelievable, actually, the level of hatred that these kind of people have in their heart.
Because now they're trying to trans the kids. And there are many conservatives now who are saying, look, if you're a man and you want to put on a dress, that's fine, but just don't do it to children. Just don't make me pay for it.
So yeah, he wants to ban and detransition all trans people in the United States. Remarkable stuff. Very remarkable. But it only gets worse from here because there was another rant here
called
that is a little more explicit. So we'll take a look.
To ban transgenderism entirely.
This is a different segment, by the way, but he is basically saying the same thing we saw there in the previous segment.
The point that if you want women to have their own bathrooms, if you think women ought to be able to have their own locker rooms and not have to look at gigantic, gross men while little girls are getting changed.
This is something that is commonly touted out as a fear, but is never materialized in reality. If anything, trans women attending male bathrooms are at a heightened risk of getting sexually assaulted, as opposed to trans women attending female bathrooms. I feel like the data on that is pretty clear, actually, if you care enough to look into it.
If you want any of those things, you have to ban transgenderism entirely. It's not enough to say, well, you have to wait until you're 12, or whatever people are saying now. It has to be the whole thing.
Yeah, so he wants all trans people dead. Just every time he says ban transgenderism, he literally means genocide trans people.
Because if men have the right to behave as women, and I
have the right. Okay, so again, the party of small government wants to legislate away your bodily autonomy of dressing in a feminine fashion.
Identify as women for the purposes of public life.
Yeah, who cares? I don't care.
Then women can't have their own spaces.
That's also not true, because if you identify as a woman, then you are tautologically within women's spaces if you are participating in those venues, I guess.
And we as a society cannot have our own standards and norms, and we're not allowed to live according to reality.
What does that mean? The standards and norms evolve over time for any civilization.
We have to live according to the delusions of these troubled people.
It's not a delusion. Everything he says here is literally false. Like, I have to pause every 2 seconds just to correct him.
And I think we the people have a right to reality, and I think women have a right to their own spaces.
It's funny that he says a right to reality, as opposed to these people, like trans people, wanting a right to just exist. Yeah, and also, again, as is usually the case with conservatives, they don't believe that gender is a real thing or something. I don't actually know. They don't understand the fact that gender is a social construct, so therefore people can identify as a man or a woman or non-binary. And they obviously resort back to, biological essentialism, so on and so forth, Evo, Psi shit, so... I don't know, it's just like the same, it feels like the same shit, and it's all used for the purpose of justifying a genocide against this group of people.
So that means you got to ban the thing entirely, and oh my goodness, what these people...
Party is small government, by the way.
They said that I was calling for the extermination of transgender people.
That is wait, yeah, that is what you said. By banning see, this kind of highlights the simple-mindedness of a conservative. Their brains are very small, so you have to kind of dial back. You have to walk through the process of your claims. So, I already stated this, but I'll say it again. When you say ban transgenderism, what does that actually mean? Well, he said you can't start at the age of 12. So this means that you have to ban gender-affirming care. If you do that, people who are gender dysphoric, people who want to identify as the opposite gender or as transgender, what have you, these people are unable to receive the care that would be prudent to preserving any decency in their lives, any happiness. And if you deprive them of that kind of happiness and medical care, then you are essentially putting them in a position where they have to stay in the closet and where they can't transition properly, or to the extent that they want to transition to. And they are at an increased likelihood of developing psychiatric disorders. And not only that, but they are at an increased likelihood of not being represented fully within society, and as such, further discrimination will take place, not just systemically or structurally, but also interpersonally. So you are kind of advocating for the eradication of trans people by saying that you don't want them to transition, or by banning all transgenderism, whatever the fuck that means. I can't wait to see how he pivots away from this, though.
They said I was calling for a genocide against. I said, what? I must have missed that part of my show. When did I?
Hey guys, do you know that you can allude to something? Do you know what an allusion is? Like, you don't have to say the words genocide. I'm not saying I want all trans people dead. I'm just saying that they can't exist within our society.
I say that? I don't know how you could have a genocide of transgender people.
Oh my god! What? Oh god, the freezing frame on that's gonna look bad, yeah. I can't genocide trans people. They're not even people. They're subhumans. Yeah, definitely rhetoric that I haven't seen before in the 1920s and 1930s Germany.
Because genocide refers to genes. It refers to...
No, it doesn't! Geno is a prefix from Latin, I think, that refers to citizen, and side means to kill. Is this guy retarded?
Genetics. It refers to biology.
No,
and the whole point...
I can't believe what I'm hearing here. This is amazing.
...of transgenderism is that it has nothing to do with biology.
Well, that's not even necessarily true. There's studies that go into the... That's not even true, though, because there are studies in the medical community that go into the fetal development, which looks into how much estrogen and testosterone is released into the brain. Yeah, wait, hold on. No, this is... I don't want to get into this again. I already explained this on stream, like, at a different stream. But there is studies out there that are looking into the biological correlations between fetal development and those who, at a later date in their life, transition. It seems like fetal development is a primary precursor to whether or not somebody transitions later in life or thinks they're transgender.
That's what the transgender activists say. They say, forget about biological sex. My gender expression doesn't have to have anything to do with my biological sex. Okay.
Nobody says that. Where is he hearing this from? Jesus Christ, dude. Your gender well, first off, your gender... okay, so let me break this down a little bit, okay. Your sex the sex that you were born as informs your gender. This is absolutely the case. However, through fetal development, sometimes people will feel as though they don't strongly identify with the gender they were assigned at birth. That's fine. They should be allowed to pursue the gender of their choosing. But nobody is saying that, like, there's, like, no difference between males and females biologically. There obviously is. Sometimes the differences are not as as pronounced as conservatives make it out to be, because there are some women who are born with XY chromosomes. But by and large, this is it seems like he's upset about a subset of people that don't exist.
Okay, well then there can't be a genocide. That refers to genetics.
And this is literally the most genocidal thing you could possibly say. Saying that I'm not advocating for a genocide because these people are subhuman degenerates and aren't, like, real humans. So if I kill them, I'm not killing humans. I'm killing imaginary creatures. This is basically the same argument Nazis made against Jewish people.
But furthermore, nobody's calling to exterminate anybody. Because the other problem with that statement...
Oh, I cannot wait to hear his justification here.
...is that transgender people is not a real ontological category.
That's definitely untrue. Trans people have existed for as long as we have I can't even say the word. Trans people have existed for a long time. Anthropological evidence suggests that humans, that the behavior of certain humans has demonstrated or has remained consistent with some of the behaviors that we see today in trans people. Cross-dressing, wanting to get gender reassignment surgery. This is something that has existed for as long as humans have existed, as far as we know. It is only becoming more popular because of the advancements of technology and representation within our society.
It's not a legitimate category of being.
Yeah, so this is actually the exact arguments that Nazis made to justify the Holocaust. Basically, that what they're doing is they're not actually killing human beings, because the existence of these people aren't, like, they're not humans, okay? So it is justifiable to mass exterminate them. So he's not actually refuting repudiating the premise that he's calling for the extinction of trans people. What he's actually saying is that it's not a genocide technically, because these aren't humans. So he doesn't actually seem to have an issue with the extermination of trans people, but rather that their extermination he can't have an opinion of because they aren't real humans, ontologically. Which is, again, of course, false.
There are people who think that they're the wrong sex, but they're mistaken. They're laboring under a delusion. And so we need to correct that delusion.
We need to correct that delusion. And by correct, he means mass exterminate. Lovely. And this is kind of like the, this is why opinion articles like this here drive me bananas. DeSantis absolutely adopts the prescriptions made by Michael Knowles here. The only difference is that DeSantis is actually a little more subtle about it, which is amazing given the fact of how explicit he has been with his disdain for trans people broadly. This might be as explicit as you can get with how you, like, with your ultimate view on where the trans people should end up. Ultimately, all of them should be in graves, is apparently the opinion that I guess Michael Knowles shares, and I have no doubt in my mind that people such as DeSantis share that same opinion. It's incredible. I mean, you can't actually get more explicit than that. You really can't. The only thing that's more explicit than this is literally saying the words, "I want all trans people dead." But, of course, they're never going to say that, or at least, I don't know, conservatives continue to amaze me with how open they are with wanting to genocide trans people. But with saying things like they aren't real humans and that it is our responsibility to correct their delusion it's literally the same. It's like verbatim the same arguments that Nazis made. So please excuse me for quote-unquote exaggerating the dangers that DeSantis poses to the country under his administration. Yeah, and given the fact that the conservative base has shown a willingness to attempt an insurrection if they lose an election, shows me that they'll do everything they can to rally a far-right movement and try to seize control of the government to mass exterminate minority groups. This is real shit that's happening in the world, and people should realize that this is a legitimate danger to this country. Obviously, trans people are at the forefront of the brutality that conservatives are waging, but it also is multi-pronged, right? Because it goes to it can bleed into not just trans people, but gay people, and then African Americans. To some extent, we've seen that already. But I don't know. It's just like it is, and that's not even like a slippery slope either, because this is kind of like the natural progression of this kind of ideology. Exterminate all the minority groups that you arbitrarily determine are degenerate, and then you do shit like what we saw here in Texas. If I can find it. Yeah, this shit was being proposed in Texas. So there is a bill in Texas. HB 2889. Get married, stay married, and be fruitful and multiply. The details here are, if you're married, you get a 10% tax reduction. If you have 2 kids, you have a 40% tax reduction. If you have 10 kids, you have a 100% tax reduction. I need to see, like, the bill itself, because okay, wait, so, just to put a bow on the previous segment here, after you exterminate all the minority groups that you want to exterminate, then you're at a point where you're in a society that is filled with all people that you want and want to mass multiply for the sake of preserving your superior genes, I guess. Because it does always come back to, in some respect, to Evo side shit. But note it, yeah, so that's all I have to say about the previous thing. But with this, this is incredible. Tying economic incentives to the human reproduction is very weird to me. Representative Slayton filed HB 2889, which provides Texas families with property tax relief based on the size of their family. The bill will help promote couples getting married, staying married, and having or adopting children. It will absolutely do none of those things. If somebody is in a marriage that they are not happy with, it doesn't matter if they get a 10% tax reduction on their property taxes, they will get divorced. This will not prevent them from getting... This will not meaningfully, I should say, prevent people from separating. This is a very stupid way of redressing the issue. A couple who marries and stays married will receive a 10% property tax credit. A family of 4 or more biological or adopted children would receive 40%, and then up to 100% for having 10 children. So they want, and this kind of reinforces the idea that I stated middle of last year, about after Roe v. Wade was overturned. But the idea is to subjugate women to just being homemakers, and by tying this economic incentive for tax purposes, right? Because they don't want women to have bodily autonomy over pregnancy, and they also want to ban any like birth control and shit like that. They want to ban that, which tells you, by the way, that they're not actually interested in protecting babies or anything, because you would figure that if they want to prevent the most amount of abortions, then they would probably be in favor of contraception, but they aren't. And now they would like to tie economic incentives to having as many children as possible. So, again, viewing women as like simply baby-making like factories and nothing else. They shouldn't get jobs. They shouldn't have control over their own body, and they should have as many children as possible because it benefits the home with tax credits. We must support families by making it financially easier for them to have and raise children in a supportive and nurturing way. If that were the case, then these people would absolutely be in favor of raising welfare or WIC funding, but they aren't. They would gut it the second it came to their desk. Many studies have shown that children tend to have enhanced well-being and development and tend to avoid developmental, economic, and behavioral problems when raised by both parents in a stable marriage. This is true, yes. Falling birth rates, also pose a potentially significant problem for the future as an age dependency ratio rises. Falling birth rates doesn't this is kind of fear-mongering here. Policies similar to HB 2889 have been implemented in nations such as Hungary and Poland, where they have begun the process of reversing their declining birth rates. Honestly, it might be a good idea if birth rates go down for a little bit. Because, like, I hate to point out this argument because it's not the most convincing with respect to climate change. But I made a point here, which I think is aptly made. I think that if you have more people, then there's a larger demand for mass consumption, right? Or rather for overconsumption. This isn't the main thing driving climate change, in my opinion. I don't think it's the human population increasing. That's part of it. It has to be, right? But it's not the only thing. I think the worst part is really the industrial farming, as well as overhunting and mass consumerism and corporations, having a lot of leeway with respect to like pollution and shit like that. There's a lot of other things that are more pertinent with respect to the negative externalities associated with climate change. But it might not be a good idea to incentivize people for having more children because, like, I mean, again, I think that the human population going up is probably not great in the long term. At the very least, it can't be good, right? Because it would increase, again, the demand for overconsumption, which is something our society dwells on, just based on the fact that we live in a neoliberal capitalist world. So that's always going to remain the case until we have a radical reorganization of our society. But yeah, this is really just revealing, I suppose, of the I guess the shit that conservatives see in terms of the role women play in our society. To get a 40% tax reduction, you have to have 4 kids. 1, 2, or 3 kids, and you don't get any additional tax relief. You've got to get to 4 to make the money roll in. Yeah, 100%. We need more white kids, yeah. So another thing here is obviously insecurity. Conservatives who are deep into the what do you call it? To the white supremacy shit, or the Great Replacement shit, are terribly, terribly insecure. And as such, they are probably more in favor of bills like this than, I guess, your average progressive, obviously, I guess. But yeah, I mean, they see falling birth rates, and this is buying into the premise that, the white population is being systemically replaced by black and brown people. There's a lot of insecurity here. Now, with respect to the actual numbers, I do believe that the white population has been decreasing relative to other demographics, but at the same time, I literally don't care. It doesn't affect me in any meaningful way, and why should I care? I don't give a fuck if 99% of the country is black. I don't give a fuck if 99% of the country is white. I have no... I have no issues, I guess, unless it devolves into something of, like, an ethno-state, which would be problematic, but, the point here really being that, like, I don't care if birth rates are going down a little bit for white people. I legitimately do not care. It excludes gay couples, and it's only for homeowners. Interesting. So, wait, that should tell you something here. That should reinforce the thing I already established. It's not about, like, encouraging adoption or anything like that. It's about reproducing more white Christians. Qualified married couple means a man and a woman who are legally married. Yeah, so this excludes gay couples. Got it. So again, it's not about increasing the level of adoption or anything like that. It's really about increasing the population of the white population, and cultivating a society that is more nuclear, cultivating more nuclear households rather than ones that are deviate a little bit from the orthodoxy. This is interesting. In 1933, the Nazi government started doing marriage loans. They wanted more Aryan kids and one woman out of the workforce. Get married, get a loan to buy a place and pay some bills, have a kid, 25% reduction in principal. Yeah, there's definitely some parallels I'm sure you can draw with this and the Nazis, as is usually the case with conservatives, because they are pretty lockstep with the ideological predilections of Nazis. This is illustrated by the policy so-called marriage loan. Newlyweds who fulfill the Nazis' eugenic and political requirements receive a sizable loan upon their marriage to be used for the consumption of home goods. If the loan was granted, the wife was usually banned from the labor market. Yeah. The Nazis viewed women as equally subhuman as conservatives do today, because their primary, value that women should fill in society was to be a homemaker. The same remains the case for conservatives. There really is like quite an alarming degree of similarities between conservatives and Nazis. It's remarkable. The open genocidal rhetoric, the banning of degeneracy, the JQ dog whistles, the this shit. I mean, the list goes on. Whew, man. I just did 3 segments back to back to back there, Jesus. Alright, I don't know if there's anything else I wanted to touch upon. Oh, yeah. Okay, well, I think I'm done for today. Oh yeah, sorry, oh god, this is 10 minutes. Do I want to divulge? Do I really want to subjugate myself to this? Okay, I kind of do. Okay, we'll take a peek here. So, you know what? Let me grab some water first. Hold on. Yeah, my throat's been, just talking so much, so fast. It's, gotta get some water in there, man. Gotta chill out for a second. I don't know how much of this we're gonna watch. Depends how, cringe it gets, I guess. Or unentertaining it becomes. Apparently, Marianne Williamson is against BDS. Let's brush up on some interesting facts. BDS. So the boycott, that I knew what it stood for, but I just want to give you guys a little bit of an understanding of background of what it is. It's a Palestinian-led movement promoting boycotts, divestments, and economic sanctions against Israel. Its objective is to pressure Israel to meet what the BDS movement describes as Israel's obligation under international law, defined as withdrawal from the occupied territories, removal of separation barrier in the West Bank, full equality of Arab Palestinian citizens of Israel, and respecting, protecting, and promoting the rights of Palestinian refugees in return of their homes and properties. It's modeled after the anti-apartheid movement in South Africa. Proponents compare the Palestinian plight to that of apartheid-era black South Africans. According to some of its critics, BDS is inherently anti-Semitic, has anti-Semitic aspects, or resembles historical discrimination against Jews. Countering BDS is a top priority for the Israel lobby in the United States, where 30 states have banned the implementation of boycott divestment measures proposed by BDS. That makes sense. BDS organizes campaigns for boycotts, divestment, sanctions against Israel. Boycotts are facilitated by urging the public to avoid purchasing goods made by Israeli companies. Divestment by urging banks, pension funds, international companies to stop doing business in Israel. And sanctions by pressuring governments to end military trade. So, the movement itself, the goals of which are never going to come to fruition, with the exception of maybe. Actually, none of them. I was going to say boycotts, but I don't even think that would work. So the BDS movement is trying to achieve a goal that, in my opinion, will probably never come to fruition. Global targets for boycott are selected by the BNC. You need it. So if you were to be successful with the BDS, based upon the goals outlined by the BDS movement, if you were to be successful, you really have to get politicians who want to be strict on Israel. And good luck finding those, because they basically don't exist. In addition to the campaigns listed in the section, a number of local campaigns have created BDS affiliate groups. Okay. What is the criticism? Depicts Israel as a racist, fascist, totalitarian, apartheid state. I feel like most of that's true, though. Which the Institute considers defamation and demonization of Israel. To state that boycotting Israeli targets, regardless of the position connected to the Israel-Palestinian conflict, is incitement. Wait, yeah, that's something I've heard as well, that the BDS movement kind of curated the rise of, who was that one guy? Fuck! I'm forgetting his name. It was, the fucking leader, the fucking leader of, Palestine, or, like, the Palestinian, like, resistance or something. I'm totally forgetting his name, blanking on it. BDS official website is riddled with cherry-picked and misinformation about the history of Arabic and Israeli conflict. Jesus, I can't talk today. Israel deliberately attacked Palestinian civilian infrastructure, but does not contextually claim that with Hamas, that was the person I was thinking of. Use of human shields in the Gaza Strip. This is true, though, right? Hamas constantly uses humans as shields to further make the, like, he sacrifices humans basically. This is a bad thing that Hamas does. According to Tishby, resistance by Hamas activities. Yeah, but I think that didn't BDS again. I think that maybe it wasn't just BDS, but it's, yeah, I don't know. Has argued that there were links between BDS and the American supporters of Hamas. In a 2016 congressional hearing, he said that some leaders of organizations had designated, shut down, and held civilly liable for providing material support to the terrorist organization Hamas. Yeah. So anyway, Hamas is bad, right? But so is the Israeli encroachment upon Palestinian territory over the years. At this point, a two-state solution may be the best solution in the long term, because you have a generation of people who were born and raised in Israel, and you can't just move them out, right, at this point? Okay, anyway, let's just look at this.
Jordan just dismantled her while being like just basic. Shit. Like, oh my!
I don't know how boring this is going to be, so we'll just take a peek.
It was like unbelievable. It's almost like he's shocked that Marianne didn't know this. He's like, you about to make me look bad, right? That line question was good, and this made Marianne Williamson looks really bad right now.
What made her look bad? I feel like we're missing context here.
The last two line question was good, and this made Marianne Williamson looks really bad right now.
He's been, by the way, this Socialist MMA has been on a crusade to like go after Marianne Williamson because she was on, or she attended his stream a couple weeks ago, maybe a month at this point, and she was met with great hostility and bad faith tactics because they weren't actually interested in her prescriptions, but with getting sound bites, and he literally admitted as such. He said that I got all the sound bites I needed when she rightfully left the interview, because at that point it wasn't even an interview, it was just them dogpiling on her.
And I think she knows, you can see it in her facial expressions, the putting her hand, like she is like, wow, I thought I was gonna get out of this interview unscathed, but
that's what? That's not what that means from a body language perspective. People who do that are usually trying to pay more attention. What?
Damn it, Jordan!
And by the way, resorting to body language as a means of trying to extrapolate your stupid fucking conclusions is it's like a big stretch. Like, let's be honest. People, their mannerisms and idiosyncrasies are highly variable, and you can't make any, conclusive statements one way or another, with the exception of maybe like your pupils dilating or something.
And this last question, let's listen.
It's clearly because I oppose the incremental approach of the Biden administration. What other reason would there be for me to do that? When you have a promise that you're going to cancel college.
Who is this guy, by the way? Is it Jordan? I don't know who this is.
Loan debt, and then just really shave off not enough to make a fundamental difference in most people's lives who carry those debts.
No, you mean he set up a house of cards so that it can be easily taken down legally.
What? Wait, based on what source?
You see the weak critiques that she is even still saying, and she still hasn't said yes to the question.
Yep. This is the guy.
What are we doing here? What are we?
Wait, this is... I don't know if I can stand... I'm only 1 minute, 16 seconds into this video. I don't know if I can stand another 9.
Network.
If it's just them crying about Marianne Williamson, I'm not going to watch this.
When you promised that you were going to raise the minimum wage, and then although you do it for federal workers, you just sort of let the...
You notice she keeps giving them credit?
Wait, would you not give credit? Wait, hold on. First off, it's not about just giving credit. It's about identifying good policies that are passed by a president. But outside of that, is it not good to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour for federal workers? Like, obviously it should be raised for everybody, regardless of if they're a federal worker or not. But, like, this is still a good thing, like, objectively. It doesn't go far enough, sure. But it's not, like, a bad thing he did that.
She's bringing up things supposedly that it's supposedly a critique, but she's giving him a credit in each critique.
Wait, is this guy actually retarded? What she's saying actually is that, yes, you raised the minimum wage for federal workers, but you didn't go beyond that. That's what she was saying. She wasn't... he has it, like, reversed. He's thinking that she's trying to downplay him not raising the minimum wage for everybody, when it's actually the exact opposite of what she's saying. Unbelievable. And based on this, like, small interaction I gathered, or I just watched here, I can only gather that that's what she meant, and that seems pretty convincingly that is what she meant.
2 so far, she's done the same thing. She brings it up, and although he's doing this good.
She actually said, although he's doing this, he could go further. That's actually what she said.
She keeps giving him credit. This is the person that's challenging.
By the way, it's usually the mind of somebody who is very insecure to try and always be combative on every single thing against another person, and even if those people accidentally do things that are good. So, for example, I think that Trump overwhelmingly has contributed harm to the country in a lot of different ways. This is unambiguously my take on Trump, I guess. However, there are very, very few things, and by things I can only think of one at the top of my head right now, that he did that I actually think was good or okay. I think Operation Warp Speed, for example, was a good thing for the country. One of the very few things that I can I guess, give Trump credit for. But that doesn't excuse all the bad shit that I criticize him for, and my broader opinion of him being negative. So, and again, this is how I guess my mind works. Maybe other people are more tribal. It seems like that's a common theme we've been observing for the past hour. Is that I think that I care more about policies and whether good policies are being passed, as opposed to like being this tribal. You have to disagree with them because of X, Y, and Z. Like it's like it leaves absolutely no room for nuance. You know, you have to give credit where credit is due. If you don't, then you look like a fucking idiot.
Biden? This is exactly why I said you was weak, Marianne, to your face. And she took offense to it. I said it. Look at my breakdown video. I literally said to her face.
I remember you.
Keep in mind, the thing that he's saying that she's weak on is not going full-throated 100% against Biden about the minimum wage, because she said he was. What did she say exactly? All she said was it was good that federal workers got a minimum wage bump, but it should have gone further.
You just sort of let the
that's challenging and work from a friendly.
Can we get
when you promised that you were going to raise the minimum wage, and then although you do it for federal workers, which means that the next thing coming out of her mouth is going to be a criticism against the fact that he's not doing it for every worker. Sort of let the
yeah, they even let her finish what she was going to say. What she was about to say was going to be a criticism against Biden. This is actually a criticism, broadly speaking, because she said although you raised the minimum wage for federal workers, you could have done it for everyone. Like, I don't know why I'm spending so much time on this. This is such basic fucking understanding the words people say.
But she keeps giving him the person that's challenging.
And they go on a long tirade about how she's weak and whatever because she gave him credit for raising the minimum wage for federal workers, but then in the next breath said that he didn't go far enough. Something that they probably would have agreed with, but also probably not, because ultimately they are tribalists. They care more about the people giving the saying the words as opposed to the word themselves.
Biden? This is exactly why I said you was weak. I think you're too weak on Biden. And the people say,
how is that weak though? Like, all she said. Okay, this is actually a waste of my time. Is there anything here?
And then he's talking.
Than that, when you pass a child tax credit that for 6 months cuts child poverty in half, but then
wait, but that's literally what happened. Are they mad about reality? I don't understand.
Just don't bring
the credit.
And by the way, and notice how she's actually, this is a broader critique against Biden. She's not like.
Don't go out there to permanent parliamentarian be your cover and don't fight for it any far.
So she's criticizing Biden because he didn't go far enough with respect to raising the minimum wage. That went over their heads because they were reading so hard by the fact that she gave him even a modicum of like charitability with respect to the federal minimum wage going up. But it went, so in that perspective, it went over their head that this was actually a critique. So like they don't actually understand words. I honestly think that these people are mentally unwell, because there is absolutely no context outside of like mental unwellness that you can watch this clip and not think that Marianne Williamson is criticizing Biden.
Further than that, when you pass a child tax credit that for 6 months cuts child poverty in half, but then just don't bring don't.
They're literally talking over her as she's providing the critique of Biden. She said, "Yeah, you're gonna bring the child tax credit, but," and then they just keep talking over her as she provides the criticism. So, in other words, they're trying to make it seem like she is actually praising Biden, when in fact this whole speech, I guess, from Marianne Williamson is actually a critique. So like they can't actually understand it because they keep talking over her.
Pass a child tax credit that for 6 months cuts child poverty in half, but then
Notice how when she said "but when you" and then starts to begin the critique, they start talking over her.
Just don't bring
because they don't want people to hear her critiquing.
Don't go out there to permanent time.
3
you asked her a
times.
question, and I'm directing this at Marianne Wilson supporters. Jordan asked her a question about criticizing Biden,
Which she's actually criticizing him.
and then she brings up bullshit.
Wait, no, she wasn't bringing up bullshit.
We debunked the child tax credit nonsense.
I highly doubt that.
They allowed it to expire for one.
Wait, no, they didn't. Conservatives allowed it to expire. What?
The two, it didn't uplift people out of poverty that any rational people will actually believe is real.
What?
Meaning, you think a single mother who gets $4,000 tax credit, now she makes $26,000 a year, she's out of poverty.
Nobody's ever made that claim in the history of mankind.
That's what you guys are saying.
That's not what they're saying. If you listen to the words spoken as opposed to the voices in your head, you probably understand that.
But anyway,
Or the fact that you think that a child can be out of poverty without their parents being out of poverty.
I feel like there's a high correlation between the two, right? Because a child is under the dependency of a parent, and if the parent is providing income to the household that is sufficient enough to raise support not just them, but also the child, then it stands to reason that the child themselves would also be not in poverty, assuming that they cross the poverty threshold within that state, or that they ascertain the cost of living within that state. I don't even understand the argument that's trying to be attempted here.
The ridiculousness of that concept, like, where are these kids living at?
What?
They got a new house by themselves, or are they living with their poor parents who are still in poverty? It
I
is
don't understand.
just absurd. But again,
I feel like they're getting mad at things that that's not even being talked about right now. Like I didn't hear Marianne Wilson once suggest such a claim.
Nick, what is this point 3 or 4? Each point that she's supposedly bringing up a critique of how she's going to challenge him on the stage, she keeps giving him credit in the critique.
Well, Marianne Williamson strikes me as a person who doesn't give a fuck whether or not you support her or not. She is who she is, and if you don't like it, then that's fine. Just vote for somebody else. I believe she even said as such in an interview. Maybe it was with Vosh or it was with them. I don't recall exactly. But it is kind of pathetic that these guys are still molding over the interview they did with her. So now they're reviewing another interview that she did with somebody else who might be affiliated with this revolutionary blackout network, whatever, so that they can, through proxy, critique her and like dunk on her and shit. So basically shadowboxing. So outside of that being pathetic, it's also kind of cowardly, because you'd imagine that they would have the stones to talk to her directly. I wouldn't be surprised though if Marianne Williamson refuses to ever go back onto that platform, given the fact that she was treated with a great amount of disrespect, not just directly, but also the fact that they didn't have good intentions going into the interview anyway. So yeah, I mean, these people are really wastes of space online. They basically contribute nothing to political discourse outside of just like crying, pissing, shitting their pants over politicians they don't like.
When you don't do anything in the movement towards universal health care, when you are willing to continue to play with Saudi Arabia.
So notice how these are criticisms of Biden. I don't understand why they don't believe that she's criticizing him.
Arabia, while this incredible war in Yemen is going on, when you have not made any statement about the incredible far-right move that's going on in Israel, when you were apparently okay.
As if this regime before the far-right move was better.
What? Okay, so now they're inventing things to be mad about. She's actually criticizing Biden here, and then they respond to her with a straw man by indicating that they believe she thinks that a democratic regime would be better than the prior regime or the conservative regime, which actually it would be. A democratic presidency is objectively better than a Republican presidency, given the fact that Republicans are openly express open disdain for democracy and have, in fact, attempted an insurrection to overturn the democratic elections. Yeah, I don't know. I think that, I feel like Democrats are like a shining beacon on the fucking hill compared to Republicans at this point in time. Jesus Christ, dude. there are definitely some elements where conservatives and Democrats are pretty similar. Like, I'm not gonna like deny that in terms like of like how they govern, right? But like unobjectively, Democrats are better. If for nothing else than for the fact that they would like to, like, liberalism, or liberals rather, are more interested in maintaining status quo as opposed to Republicans who want to disrupt that status quo by implementing a fascist takeover of the government.
Like, you trying to act like you want to deal with them. Let's let them.
Wait, she's not acting like anything. All she's doing is criticizing Biden here. Why are they so triggered?
Them deal with the two-state solution like they were any better, Marion. Go ahead, Nick.
And you lucky I didn't get a chance to ask you this. Why are you against BDS? This?
Lucky.
You being against BDS is you being an apologia for the
I don't think she said that she was against BDS in this segment. Is he just bringing up ancillary points because like he has nothing to criticize her for in the past 30 seconds?
Genocidal regime of Israel. Do you understand?
By the way, you can be against Israeli occupation while also condemning the actions of BDS. Those two things actually are, believe it or not mutually exclusive.
So, just not
$58 billion defense budget, when actually, even though there is money in the Inflation Reduction Act that will create new investment opportunities for green energy, all of that is nullified by the fact that between the defense budget, which is the largest carbon emitter of all, and you are willing to actually okay more drilling permits even than Trump did, thereby continuing.
Are we really to believe this, the way she's having a hard time speaking here? Are we really to believe she's going to...
She seems to be speaking very eloquently. A lot better than you guys, honestly.
...to deliver any sort of blow that lands on... Are we really... Who believes this, Nick?
Wait, believes what?
Thereby continuing.
Are we really to believe this, the way she's having a hard time speaking here? Are we really to believe she's going to deliver any sort of blow that lands on...
Wait, she's not making a prescription about herself. She's making normative statements about Biden. Or at least trying to. That's nothing... Right now, this has nothing to do about her. She's talking about Biden. And actually making an argument that he is worse on this specific issue than Trump. You'd imagine these guys would have thought like, oh damn, that's good. That's a good point. But keep in mind, these people can never and will never concede a decent point to anybody they don't like, because at the end of the day, it comes down to tribalism. So fundamentally, you can be objectively correct and even ideologically consistent with the values that these people pretend to hold. But even if you do that, it won't be enough, because to them, you are an enemy. And because you are an enemy, they will but they will point out things or signal supposed hypocrisy, because at that point, there's no argument that can be made against you, right? Because if you're saying something that they would otherwise have agreed with, then the only thing that they can resort to at that point is, well, you're not actually going to do it. You're just as corrupt as them. Even though what you're saying is true, you're just as bad. Like, there's nothing, there's no arguments. It's just speculation and cry-bullying.
Are we really... Who believes this, Nick?
And I don't understand why they're crying so much about this, because, again, she hasn't made any prescriptive statements regarding her own policies. She's only talking about Biden, and actually Trump.
Who but her friends that are trying to literally push this person who is terrible, who's struggling to even make a point here?
I don't understand what gives him the impression that she's struggling to make a point. She's been speaking rather cohesively up to now. I genuinely believe these people are mentally unwell. Guys, there's what other explanation could there possibly be? We're watching the same clip here, right? She's speaking fine. There's nothing there's really no stuttering. There's and oh, by the way, this is irrelevant. Make an argument against the points being made, not the way she's talking.
To build the infrastructure for fossil fuel extraction at the very time that we should be stepping all this down, there is plenty to offer as a progressive alternative to what I see. You know, the way I look at it, Jordan, I see the Republicans as a nosedive for our democracy, but I see the Democrats as a managed decline. I see.
That's a pretty fair way of characterizing it. If Republicans gain control of the government, or the federal government, then it's going to be pretty close to game over as far as democracy is concerned. Because because think about it, they would have, assuming they have, Congress, or assuming they have the legislative branch, the executive branch, and right now they have the judicial branch, they can effectively just do whatever they want, right? Because there's like no checks and balances at that point. Yeah, I think that if they were to gain control of the government, conservatives, that it would become quickly a far-right hellhole. It might not happen in one term, but we would be speedrunning at that point. Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate. If for nothing else, it is a moral obligation for everybody to vote for Democrats to prevent, just for the sole purpose of preventing Republicans from gaining office. If Republicans control every part of the government, then it's pretty much game over, and they can start undoing a lot of things that keep in check democracy, right? Unraveling democracy as we know it. So, yeah, it's pretty fucked. That's really the main reason, if for nothing else, to vote Democrat.
Nosedive versus a managed decline. That's what she sees in the Democratic Party.
Is this guy drunk? It's funny that, by the way, they were making fun of the way she's talking when the way he speaks is a lot more, stupid.
So let's go nosedive, is that one word or two? Versus managed...
Is his speech not slurred? It feels like it's slurred to me.
Yeah. So we're talking nosedive versus managed decline.
I don't understand what's difficult to understand about this concept. Republicans are... A nosedive in this circumstance would be Republicans gaining office and then undoing democracy. So we're talking, really, broadly speaking, milquetoast neoliberal policies being passed, or fascism. So take your pick. Which one do you want? As far as I'm concerned, the choice is abundantly clear. I would never... this is why, in my opinion, there's a moral obligation to always vote for Democrats.
That's what she said is the difference between the Republicans and the Democrats as far as our democracy. She sees our democracy going into a nosedive rather than a managed decline. This is such a PMC, such a professional managerial class sort of analysis.
What is he talking about? Hey guys, do you know what is the status on Moore v. Harper? Because last I checked, it was looking good for us. But if Moore v. Harper ends up on the wrong end, then our democracy is basically shot. And if Moore v. Harper goes in the wrong direction and a Republican nominee assumes office and the legislative branch, then we really are doubly extra fucked.
Or analogy here, but let's listen to further what she means.
The entire last 40 plus years as an aberrational chapter in American history. American capitalism has gone off the rails.
Only the last 40 years, Nick!
The last 40 years. So wait, 40 years from now was the 1980s. And in the 1980s, we saw a severe escalate. Well, I don't want to hear... What's the right way of characterizing it? We saw an incredible advancement of supply-side economics, right? Deregulation. It started with Reagan. So I think that's mainly what she's referring to. As far as where we are today, I'm sure if you look at the marginal change with respect to deregulatory capitalism and supply-side economics, is probably very significant in the last 40 years compared to the past years before that, right? I mean, that makes sense, right? Because before that, Franklin Roosevelt implemented a lot of socially democratic policies that we are still feeling the effects of today with the New Deal, and it only started to become significantly or meaningfully undone during Reagan's administration. So I think that's what she's referring to. Yeah, that makes sense. I think that's true.
Capitalism has been bad only the last 40 years.
That is unobjectively not what she said. Again, they are hearing voices in their head. Hold on.
The Democrats, as far as our democracy, such a
as an
or analogy.
Wait, I want to see what exactly
let's
she says.
listen to further what she means.
The entire last 40+ years.
40+ years. So wait, hold on. That doesn't even just mean 40 years. It means more than 40 years. So she would actually be technically correct here.
As an aberrational chapter in American history. American capitalism has gone off the rails.
Yeah, that's objectively true. Deregulation. There was a mass movement in deregulation and Reagan-side economics that took place during the 80s. But additionally, she also says 40+ years, so it doesn't just mean during that specific administration. It could also mean prior to that, a little bit prior to that as well. So that's what she said.
Only the last 40 years, Nick! Capitalism has been bad only the last 40 years.
Again, objectively not what she said. They were hearing voices in their head. I really don't know any other explanation for how they can come to such an extremely inaccurate conclusion of the words that were spoken here. Also, capitalism has raised more people out of poverty than any other economic system. Obviously, capitalism is still bad because there are systems in place that are probably better. Socialism, obviously, being one, but I think saying that capitalism has been like always bad, is like ontologically bad, is I don't know if that's necessarily true, because like there are worse systems of government or of economic systems vis-a-vis feudalism, but
we've only been off the rails only the last 40 years.
Well, I'm sure I don't care enough to look it up right now, but I'm sure if I did, I could find that there was a mass movement of deregulation that started taking place within the early 80s and only continued to proliferate as time progressed. I'm sure that's the case.
No account for what's happening to black people. No account whatsoever what's happening to poor people. No account for what's happening. You see how her world doesn't include us.
All this because she said that all this because she said that we are seeing an extent of unfettered capitalism like never before. That's what she said, and they took it as like, you don't care about the black community, because she said that capitalism has seen a dramatic increase in exacerbation in the past couple of years, or like the negative externalities associated with capitalism has been exacerbating in the past 40 years plus years.
Talking about these things, she always likes to think back of these times, the good times of the Democratic Party.
Well, the Democratic Party was always like just I mean, how far back are we going, right? Because the Democratic Party used to be in alignment with the KKK.
When? Back when you used to have colored only signs? That's what you're talking about? Let's continue.
A lot of the critiques that they are levying against Marianne Williamson in this clip has been pretty disturbing, if for nothing else, that I'm genuinely concerned about their mental health, because a lot of what she's saying is literally not what they're saying. Like, they're critiquing her based on words that aren't being spoken out loud by her. And also, when she was critiquing Biden in the beginning there, they just talk over her and ignore the critiques themselves, and because it didn't fit into their, like, broader bit, they were like, well, you would never do those things. Like, there's absolutely nothing they can provide here.
It is unfettered.
It's just about spite, yeah.
It is soulless. It has caused a massive theft.
Notice how she is this is how she's characterizing, capitalism. She is critiquing capitalism right here.
From the middle class and the poor in this country, of both money and political power, leverage, and opportunity.
Sure.
There's plenty to talk about without personalizing it. But
Sure.
if I run, it will be to make the point that nothing that the corporatist Democrats stand for is a genuine fundamental alternative to
I don't know if you didn't catch that. She's saying there's so many other things to point out than making it personal. That's her answer to Jordan's question of, are you going to call out Joe Biden? So Chris...
Wait, she did. First off, she did critique Biden in the beginning. You weren't paying attention, but that's not also what she said.
What stands for is a genuine fundamental alternative to
I don't know if you didn't.
A genuine alternative to this unfettered neoliberal capitalist-loving bullshit that we're seeing right now.
Catch that.
Which, by the way, if you employ any intersectional analysis here, you would understand that it also would cross with a greater degree of racial equality, because capitalism does breed inequality inherently, and those with the accumulation of said capital and power are able to use the levers of power, I suppose, to subjugate a certain demographic group based upon either bigotry or class antagonism, so on and so forth. So that consolidation happens right now to be in the hands of a majority of white people. And if you dismantle such an economic system so as to produce something even better, whether it be socialism or even social democracy, then you're more likely to have a better, more well-functioning society than we have right now. That seems to be what she's also advocating for, which these guys obviously aren't going to accept, because they have it in their mind, like, as an axiomatic belief that Marianne Williamson is bad. So
she's saying there's so many other things to point out than making it personal. That's her answer.
She said you don't need to make it personal. That's literally not what she said. Objectively, that's not what she said.
To Jordan's question of, are you going to call out Joe Biden? So Crystal, what do you say to this answer? She's basically, because you're...
I love how this, by the way, this is characterized as being Marianne Williamson botching an interview, when everything she has said here has been pretty on point as far as I'm concerned. If I'm just leaving out this narrativizing from these two guys right here, and just paying attention to what she says, like the words that are actually spoken, I can't come to any other conclusion outside of, like, she really does distinguish herself as somebody who is an outsider, and also somebody who seems to genuinely care about what she does, as opposed to many other politicians. And that's kind of a refreshing perspective to hear from, you know?
You're making the point that we need somebody out there calling out Joe Biden, out there on the national stage, critiquing, being a challenger, when she's just literally, Vanguard, literally saying there's so many other things to point out than making this personal.
That's literally not what she said. But again, continuing the straw man to make her points seem less valid or ridiculous. Not an uncommon rhetorical technique employed by many people, including fascists.
I don't get this, Nick. I don't get it. But let's.
Well, no, it's not really surprising, because you don't understand. It doesn't seem like you or Nick understand a lot of things that Marianne Williamson is saying here.
Let's finish this up.
It is still a corporatist neoliberal system that supports the matrix of corporate tyrants. That's what these people are. They're corporate tyrants.
Coming in, by the way, these are the same people who said that she's having trouble speaking. Yeah.
We don't have universal health care because of the insurance companies, which are completely unnecessary. We don't have affordable insulin and other drugs because of the pharmaceutical companies.
Like, a lot of the things she's saying is, like, so agreeable. Like anybody, including, I feel like, conservatives would, like, agree with this, right? Like, hey, guys, I want to make your life better. I want to make it more affordable to do shit and to afford insulin and to do this, and that. Like, a majority of people that's, like, a message that resonates with many people.
We have disgusting poisoning of our air, of our water, as Melissa Mays said, of our food, because of big ag, big food, big chemical companies, the chemicals in our pesticides that harm a child's brain, fossil fuel extraction.
Yeah, I might disagree with her on this. Maybe she's correct, but, like, at the same time, yeah, I don't know.
Doing to the planet, what it's doing to our air. Far too much military influence in our foreign policy because of the military-industrial complex. If we don't create an actual alternative to the Republicans, they will win in 2024. We have to do more than just talk about the...
I think that the Republicans are going to, if they keep going hard in the paint with the culture war shit, it's really going to hurt them. A common saying is that people vote with their wallets. And I think to an extent that is true. You need to have, like, an extreme movement of effective propaganda to move people over to voting with their on culture shit as opposed to like what's materially affecting them at that point in time. My dogs are freaking out. I need to go see what's going on. Sorry about that. Hold on a sec. Alright, they're not voting. Oh god, they were barking at nothing.
Amelioration of.
You know that's her main priority. That's her priority.
Okay. Cool beans, bro. That was fun. I am constantly reminded by the lack of political literacy that seems to permeate the Twitter sphere. I suppose it's not just Twitter, but many others. Oh, shit. Let's see here. Oh boy, okay. Let's see here. Man, I really do not understand the people who watch Bill Maher anymore. I used to watch and I thought he was good, but like, he has fallen off significantly, man. Jesus. Dude, what is wrong with these people? This is the Bernie Sanders interview that we saw earlier. How the actual fuck can anyone in elected office not have an opinion on a war that has a potential to turn into a nuclear World War III, regardless of how he was voted, saying I'm not involved as an automatic disqualifier? First off, it's not an automatic disqualifier, but also anything has the potential to devolve into nuclear world wars. It's a matter of measuring the likelihood of that occurring. I think anybody who genuinely believes that we're gonna go into a nuclear holocaust World War III over Ukraine is like just completely delusional or fear-mongering. I am sincerely I sincerely believe that Russia will not use nukes on Ukraine. No shot. And vice versa. Well, at least maybe not with Ukraine, but like other Western countries. There's a lot of things going on in the world. It shouldn't just be preoccupied with one specific issue. And also, he provided an answer, by the way, about this. Like, he gave an opinion, so, like, it seems like his opinion is consistent with, like, you know, with Biden's approach. And what is with these people who have bad opinions who have, like, Bitmojis as their, like, profile pic? It's, like, super cringy. Jesus. Anyway, I guess there's one more thing I wanted to maybe talk about. Yeah, I'm gonna have to bring it up. Okay, I know what this is, sorry. I need to find what I was looking for. God, my throat. Where do I find that? I don't use the desktop version of Reddit that much. No, go to save. Oh shit. Oh god, you know, I gotta go to the bathroom real quick, hold on. Oh, you can't see me. Of course you can. There we go. Okay. I'm slowly becoming convinced that our feminism, okay, on Reddit, the subreddit, is like a psyop, by conservatives. I'm like slowly becoming convinced of this. So I saw this post and I really, I'm just beyond, perplexed by the premises laid out by this OP. So, it says, I hate books written about women's issues by men. I recently, what the fuck? I literally hate Logitech so much. Okay. I recently read this book called The Triple Bind and I was cringing the entire time. It was making me extremely uncomfortable. It was a book, by the way. It was a book written by an old white dude about the issues plaguing modern women and girls and how we're expected to be perfect. It gave me this sort of icky feeling. Like sometimes I feel like everyone else is on a secret that I never noticed before. Am I supposed to be following some kind of gender role? Who am I supposed to be that is right? I don't know. It feels weird. I have a book talking about all the problems that women have written by a man. So let's take a look into this book. Give me one moment to find it, okay? So it's called The Triple Bind. The Triple Bind. This has got to be it. Okay. Let me share the screen. Is this going to be like a cringe book or like a misogynistic book or whatever? I guess let's look into it. So, firstly, it's by Stephen Hinshu, PhD, and Rachel Kranz. Huh. Wait, so this person characterized it as being a book written by some old white dude, but it's co-authored by a woman. So, at best, this is misleading, and at worst, this is just blatantly false. Let me look into the author. Oh yeah, Wikipedia would be awesome. So the author of this book that is supposedly made this person very uncomfortable. So he was born in 1952, American psychologist, whose contributions lie in the areas of developmental psychopathology and combating the stigma that surrounds mental illness. He's authored more than 225 scientific articles and chapters, as well as 14 authored and edited books. Currently, the professor is the Department of Psychology at the University of California, Berkeley, the professor in residence and vice chair for child and adolescent psychology in the Department of Psychiatry at the University of California, San Francisco. His work focuses on child and adolescent mental disorders, clinical interventions, mechanisms of change in psychopathology, and stigma prevention efforts with a specialization in ADHD and other externalizing behavior disorders. So, in other words, this guy is very qualified for the things he writes about. How long has he been in... This guy is very qualified, based upon this brief introduction here. His academic career, he attended Harvard. He had concentrated in psychology and social relations. After graduating, he directed a residential summer camp for children with serious disabilities and a day school program operating out of Massachusetts Mental Health Center for children who had been excluded from public school settings. Oh, he seems kind of like a good guy, as far as I can tell right now. He went on to earn his PhD in clinical psychology at UCLA before serving as postdoctoral fellow at the University of California, San Francisco. He was a visiting lecturer at UC Berkeley. Okay, so he has an extensive academic career here. He has served as principal investigator for the Berkeley site in the multimodal treatment study of children with ADHD and founded the Berkeley Girls with ADHD Longitudinal Study, BGALS. Okay. I mean, this seems like it benefits women. It benefits humanity, probably. So that's good, right? The largest study of girls with the condition in existence. Oh, wow. So not he founded this. Okay, that's good. Contributions from the latter investigation included delineating the serious risk of for self-harm, suicide attempts, and non-suicidal self-injury in girls with ADHD as they mature into late adolescence and early adulthood, among other... Okay, wait. Okay, so the guy's good, basically. What does he accomplish? The primary focus of his research is externalizing behavior dimensions and disorders, particularly ADHD, family, peer, and neuropsychological risk factors, mechanisms of change via clinical trials, and the stigmatization of mental illness. This right here, coupled with the extensive career he has had academically and scientifically, leads me to believe that, in addition to, by the way, founding this Berkeley Girls with ADHD Longitudinal Study, leads me to believe that he is contributing positively towards the literature in this field. His work has featured interplay between psychobiological vulnerability and family, gender and peer-related risk factors and impairments, emphasizing transactional models of influence. His work on neurotic... The guy's good. From basically what I'm seeing here. Okay, I don't think we need to go too deep into this, but I do get a general sense of this guy. So this guy wrote this book, right? The Triple Bind. He seems well qualified for discussing what's taking place, whatever the contents of this book may be. And not even just that, though, but it's co-authored by a woman. So even if I were ascertaining this person's premise, the OP's premise here, it wasn't just written by an old white dude. It was written by him as well as Rachel Kranz. And I'm assuming that both of these individuals are well qualified for the content that they discuss in the book itself. Apparently we can look into it, I guess. Oh shit, no. Can I look into it, maybe? Oh, is this it? Okay. I'm not going to read a lot. I'm just going to read a little bit. There's no doubt about it. Today's teenage girls are in a crisis, and by all indications, the crisis is likely a runaway train picking up speed as it goes. For example, depression is now striking girls at even earlier ages. When I was in grad school, we were taught that the average age for a person's first depressive episode was somewhere in the early 30s. That figure has since fallen to the 20s, and as far as we can tell, the age of onset continues to drop. As a result, 15 to 20% of U.S. girls ages 10 to 19 meet criteria for major depression. Excuse me. While initial 10% or more will endure more of the bouts of mild or moderate depression by adulthood. Okay. Wow, I look really crazy there. Okay, what else is The worst possible outcome of depression, of course, is suicide. And among adolescent girls, suicide rates are spiking. The rates of anorexia and bulimia seem to be holding steady, but the number of young women who binge has been growing. So this person is highlighting a lot of issues that are affecting the adolescent girls. Okay. There are many reasons for this unprecedented crisis among teenage girls, which, as we've just seen, includes clinical conditions for 1/4 or more of adolescent daughters. Our culture's overly sexualized images of girls and a woman play a role. So does the spread of consumerism and loss of community and growing influence by cyber culture and the media. That's a really good point. I think that there's definitely an overlap with respect to our economic system as it pertains to the mental health of those who are a participant within that same system. People are unfortunately in a position now where they have to rely on two incomes, and this puts women in a especially precarious position because historically femininity has been strongly associated with sexuality, and consequently women have been the vessels by which femininity should be exuded. And as such, they have to not only flaunt sexuality and promiscuity and so on and so forth, they also have to be competitive to an extent where they can support their household, in addition to the man, right? This is something they have to do. It's not a social prescription necessarily. It can be, I guess, but it's something that they have to kind of do because, like, the cost of living has skyrocketed. And two incomes is a norm nowadays with households, right? All of these wait, what else did it say? And let's not forget the way both parents and children are facing ever harsher competition, whether for jobs or for college admissions. So everyone in the work and family is working way too hard. For parents, no less than the teenage children. All of these factors play their parts, but they wouldn't have nearly as much destructive power if they didn't feed the contradictions that the Disney movie embodies, a set of conflicting expectations that I call the triple bind. The triple bind, okay. Be good at all traditional girl stuff. They're supposed to be nice, obedient, helpful, and nurturing, and while they're supposed to attract boyfriends and eventually husbands, they're also expected to be good girls who either don't have strong sexual feelings or else they are well able to control them. That is a contradiction. Be good at the most traditional guy stuff. Unlike their earlier counterparts, today's girls are also expected to be good at many of the tasks that were traditionally reserved for men, fighting for spots at the top of college, preparing themselves for the job market, and playing at sports. Besides being empathetic and obedient, they also must be competitive, assertive, and ambitious, if not outright driven. And alongside the culture that glorifies marriage is a new dating culture that encourages girls to hook up the way many guys traditionally have, engaging in multiple brief sexual encounters that are completely disconnected from intimacy. I think that's true to an extent. I think the more true thing lies with this part here, with respect to being super competitive. You need to be competitive in order to get a good paying job or to get a good education. Conform to a narrow, unrealistic set of standards that allows them for no alternative. Girls could look to family or cultural role models for ideas how to subvert, avoid, or transcend society's rules for women. Today, though, virtually all public figures or public images of women are ultra-feminized and overly sexualized. Instead of Martina, I don't know who this is, the pioneering female athlete who have fashion conscience. Even fit Venus and Serena Williams dress provocatively on court, and Serena has stated her own fashion line. Yeah, so this makes... okay. These impossible contradictory expectations are fueling the crisis-level statistics for depression, self-mutilation, eating disorders, violence, and suicide. They've also prompted confusion, despair, and distress among girls of all types, including those who aren't suffering from clinical disorders. Across the board, girls are floundering, desperate for ways to come to terms with these three contradictory demands. Okay, so let's see what the issues we have here with the book are. So this person says, the premise is already outlined in the title. I hate books written about women's issues by men. They don't necessarily give anything substantive to this argument outside of, like, it makes them feel icky. There's, like, nothing really to dissect here. Okay. But I'm interested in the comments. Dating and relationship advice to women by men, is one of the main things that turned me into a V. I don't understand. I think that they're just arguing about the premise of a man, like a human being, like a grown male, raising issues and awareness with respect to the issues adolescent girls are facing. That fundamentally is bad because they're a man. Okay. This is like woke scoldy, dude. Am I supposed to be following some kind of gender role? This, like, literally doesn't apply. This person's not talking about gender roles. They're talking about expectations that are being placed upon... the contradictions of expectations placed upon girls growing up in today's society as a product of capitalism and representation in media and such. On the flip side, there are many enough books written by women. Okay, I get the point, especially. A lot of men seem to be turned on by women's subjugation. This is true, but this doesn't apply in this instance. This is why genuine male feminists, especially genuine female attracted male feminists, are so rare. Mansplaining to an absurd degree. This is not mansplaining whatsoever. Like, literally not mansplaining. Because the author does not presuppose that women know less than him. That is not demonstrated by this wall of text that I've seen so far. Obviously, I'm not going to read the whole book or buy it, but this introductory paragraph, or introductory part of the book, leads me to believe that this person is going to be speaking within a more scientifically digestible lens, as opposed to one that comes off condescending or patronizing. So this would categorically not make it mansplaining. The Jewel Bond was written by my college professor. He's a world-renowned psychologist, focuses on young women's issues, and is very genuine. I get where you're coming from, but I think that book was actually very well done, and one of the rare times where men understood women's issues. Hey, that's good. I'm actually surprised by this. This person is also surprised. This book made me feel uncomfortable. I do not understand this reasoning. It's like the idea, the very fact that a book is written by a man is what makes them uncomfortable. So this seems like deep-seated, like a psychologically deep-seated issue for this person. Yeah, I saw that comment before. There was one... Wait, what's this for? As a white woman, I would... As a white woman, oh my god. You can't make this shit up. I would personally never feel comfortable writing books about black women's experience or the person... Well, he's not talking about the experience. He's talking about statistics that are readily made available by sociologists. And understanding or trying to analyze why those statistics bear out the way they do. At least with respect to, like, in this instance, depression, anxiety, and bulimia, eating disorders, and the way femininity plays a role in our society. So it's not about an experience. It's about, like, data. Who on earth would do that? I would be missing the mark. The more I read stories about groups of people, the more I actually do learn, though, what their perspectives are like. I get the guy has a PhD, but he's claiming that all social pressures these days are so hard for women because they're naturally more... What? Because they're naturally more nurturing, when in actuality that isn't true. That is not the claim being made in this book. This book is trying to highlight the contradictions that plague adolescent girls growing up, again, with respect to, or as a product of capitalism. And we can see that kind of bearing out in, like, the statistics that were brought up. There's nothing indicating that the author, or authors rather, excuse me, because this was also written by a woman, are saying that they're naturally more nurturing. That claim was never demonstrated. You can be nurturing and be good at sports in school, and it cannot be overwhelming. Yeah, no one's claiming otherwise. I feel like he's making sweeping generalizations. Actually, he's doing the exact opposite of that. He is making concrete prescriptions regarding, or predicated rather, off of statistics, trying to explain why women need to be... need to be pushed back into rigid gender roles, that is absolutely not the case. That is not the... Obviously, I didn't read the whole book, so I guess I can be proven wrong here. I will happily take an L on this, but based on what I've seen thus far, under none of the language used that we read just now, and from his Wikipedia article, have I gathered that this man would ever advocate for the need to be pushing back women into rigid gender roles. That is objectively not the conclusion I drew from this. That were also just as demoralizing, depressive writing. I'm surprised, actually, that this person... I thought there would be more, like... Well, I don't know. In the book, an old white guy taught... by the way, anytime somebody brings up... This is why at the top of this, I said that I thought this might be an op, because, like, this is the way conservatives or reactionaries talk. They always... the characterization they make about feminists is that they will always employ id pool, and, like, they're all just misandrists, when that's not the case. If you're a misandrist, then you are not a feminist either. Those are mutually exclusive. But the fact that this is the language that this OP is using leads me to believe that 41 upvotes, by the way. This is a welcoming perspective, I suppose. So, this is all irrelevant, by the way. Old, white, and guy. So, the person's age, race, and gender are all frankly irrelevant. Talks about issues plaguing modern women. Yeah, you can look at statistics and gather information in spite of your age, race, or gender to be good at boy stuff, as he put it, in girl stuff. Wait, and how hard and confusing that is for women. Okay, that alone gave me a major ick. I don't understand what is so icky about this. Just literally listing off statistics apparently is icky to this person if it was made by a man. I guarantee you, if a woman made these exact same arguments, that this person would have accepted them and said it was like, it's all good, you know. It's the fact that it's a guy. So this is fundamentally a reactionary id pool argument. He literally defined girl stuff as being nurturing and emotional, and boy stuff as being... No, that's not what he said. He said that this is what society often characterizes girl stuff and boy stuff. He did not make the prescriptive statement that that's what it is. He made the normative statement that that is what society declares these things to be. I was a girly girl growing up in the fashion. I wasn't good at school, but I hated HD. He's making it seem like feminism and sexual revolution is what's causing women's depression and anxiety. That is not at all what he's saying, actually. He even used evidence as to all the pressures women are under, which he claims are just now. Newsflash, there have always been a large amount of pressure. When did he... No, he say... Okay, so the claims being made, the ones he's... Actually, I think in the book he even said, like... Oh, wow, I don't think I read all that part. He's talking about, like, things that are plaguing women today with the most up-to-date, like statistics, right? He didn't say, like, this has never been the case. I think he actually said the opposite, that it's always been the case and that has remained steady over the years. In more traditional systems, there is an extreme amount of pressure to adhere to rigid gender roles. That's true. And to be a good mother and wife to the point where the women or men are literally killing themselves fighting tooth and tooth for the best. Okay. Let me tell you what you should know about this book. I read it. They keep conflating this with mansplaining when that doesn't apply. No, the way it was written was sexist to me, not the fact it was written by a guy. How was this written what? No, we've read... Guys, we just read some of this. I mean, obviously I didn't read the whole book. But we read some of this here. And none of this comes off as bigoted in any respect. This, in fact, it might be the least bigoted thing I've ever read. I think that the author's even advocating that this is a harmful thing. And, I mean, with the use of the word unbelievable, unfortunate... etc., so forth, indicating that they think that all these things that are happening to women right now are bad. This is actually the least sexist thing I've ever read. Wait, hold on. You want men to be... This is quoting somebody. You want men to be better and to understand issues facing women, but writing a book about it is too far. Yes. Declaring himself an expert on an unfamiliar subject and then writing a book about... So this person actually doesn't know the author. They're blindly in the ether are just making claims that are completely ridiculous. This author we already looked at here, excuse my camera there, has had an extensive academic career with respect to the social and behavioral sciences, and has made it a goal of theirs to help alleviate mental illnesses experienced by, I guess, more specialized with adolescents. And this person says, first off, there is no declaration of the author being an expert. They didn't declare themselves as an expert. They're just saying things that are true. To sell to women presumably about our own problems. Well, that is the premise of the book. Would not be an example of a man working hard to understand the issues facing women. This person, unironically, this is actually sexist towards women. Because you are actually downplaying the value that this person, Stephen Hinshu, the author of this book, is bringing to the book itself with the use of statistics and critical analysis. And downplaying that, which happens to accurately describe the socioeconomic conditions plaguing women today. So this is actually, believe it or not, this is actually sexist towards women. I rarely read any books by men anymore. These people are actually misandrist. This subreddit is fucking cancer, dude. Jesus Christ. Whoever this person was, experienced they were literally banned, because I guess if you disagree with anything, then you're banned. I was banned from the subreddit too, incidentally, because I shared an opinion which, I can't remember exactly, but it was basically saying, like, femininity is what is the common cause for why people are sexualized, as opposed to it being, like, their gender, and I got banned for saying that, I think. Yeah, I don't know. This isn't the only post that I've noticed by this subreddit, r/feminism, that has been, like, bad, misandrist, or actually misogynistic in some instances. Yeah, it's not the only one, but this one really ruffled my feathers, because, like, what they said is just objectively bad. There's one more part I wanted to look at. Oh god, yeah. I saw this exchange too. Except that's not what she said. The author is perpetuating harmful gender stereotypes. This is actually the opposite of what the author is doing. The author is identifying how harmful gender stereotype. I don't even think they're even necessarily talking about gender stereotypes, but they're identifying things in our society which contribute to the harm of women, and bringing up statistics and things that substantiate or perhaps explain such a statistics. Hold on. I'm trying to find a specific quote here that I saw earlier, which I think completely repudiates what this person said. Yeah, right here. Our culture's overly sexualized images of girls and women play a role. And he's saying that it plays a role with respect to the crisis women are facing. So this person characterizing it as the author perpetuating harmful gender stereotypes is actually so detached from reality as to be the only reason why such a conclusion can be drawn upon is if you're actually being dishonest or unabashedly have critical thinking, or rather critical reading issues that you need to iron out for yourself. Like the author you're crossing, you're the one choosing to hear what you want to hear. I don't know what this person actually said. I published papers in grad school on it, so yeah. No way! I spent large portions of my life... This is actually appealing to authority, by the way. Not substantiating your claims or anything, or basic critical reading. All you're doing is just saying, I am an expert because I went to grad school and wrote papers on it, so that means I am automatically an expert, and you have less valid things to say about it than I do. Are you aptly fulfilling a stereotype of a man speaking over a woman? Dude, this is literally how conservatives talk. Oh, excuse me. Like, this is the exact same logic reactionaries employ, and the same straw man that they construct of feminism, or feminists. It's actually the same. You're speaking over women's sweaty. Unbelievable. I didn't even say anything close to that. I think you're the one who reading the opportunity. This is also messengers, by the way. You know what I think? I think you're desperate for female attention. So you come into female space, start arguments that aren't in good faith, and then repeat yourself and get blasted in the argument. Yeah, I don't know, man. But this, like, subreddit is so fucking bad, dude. That post was met with, like, with fucking 600 upvotes. People, like, actually being misogynistic. And not even understanding, like, the contents of the book itself. Unbelievable. Is there anything else? How do I believe this? Uh-oh. So I started working in this animation studio in December, and they hired me because they liked the skill a lot. I even got a raise in my first week because of good work, and I didn't mean to brag with this. I mentioned this because... Huh. Do I even care, like, to get into this subreddit? I've had issues with this sub. I've taken grievance with this sub for a long time. I've just never necessarily, like, done a segment on it. There's certainly things on this page which I do think are good. But the fact remains that this page is presumed to be only a female-occupied space, when feminism is something that should be more about the equality of the sexes. Now, I understand that women typically are treated as second-class citizens, and I would agree that a disproportionate amount of our attention should be levied against the injustices levied against women. But to engage in id pool to make your arguments here is ridiculous. I don't know. But what am I? I'm a male. I'm a young white male, so what the fuck do I know? Oh shit. Okay. I think we're about wrapped up for today. I don't know, man. I mean, I would probably draw upon more examples here, but it really does seem like that this subreddit is, like, reactionary, because they are inherently exclusionary towards the value that a man may offer to like through a point of like their perspective to feminism, and it seems like it's more like exclusionary or it's like a social club. Anyway. Okay. We're about done. So, with that being said, wow, 4 hours, nice. I am going to go, but I will see you guys next week, and hopefully we have more. Oh, I think today's stream was pretty fun, actually. Yeah. I'll see you guys next week, though. Next Saturday, hopefully.